shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk.
Look, back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. They getting nervous, I seen it. What I seen, you wouldn't believe it. They say they want it, I need it. Damn, I'm going dumb like I dropped out of class. Get in my lane and I'm going right past. I turn it up, watch me go to the max. You ain't it first and you know that you last. I thought I told them I'm coming right back. I got a flows like it came from the tap, and I came from my city, this right on my back. Oof. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. That's how I shoot. Lately I'm driven like I'm on the roof. They in my lane, dog, I told them to move. Now that I'm popping, got too much to lose. Look at the numbers, got nothing to prove. I'm in the city, just me and my crew. Told me I'm sick and I know that it's true, but I'm still gonna ball, it's like I got a flu. Yeah, run it up, I told them that I'm coming back. So let me get all of that. Time is now, I'm coming around to get a check. Said I need my taxes back. Over time, I'm getting mine to get in line. And it's with no respect. That I told them all about the ball, getting chips. Feeling like Kobe Shaq. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. Yeah. Look.
Look what's next for me, Joe. I'm gonna get that second bell. Where the f is it? They should have had them 2 bells ready. Spit shine for me.
Yeah. Head up in the clouds, though they saying I look stressed. I've been feeling down, pray to God that I'm up next. Remember when she blew me off, that's why I can't text. Now she call me petty, but I swear I can't forget. This ain't a test. Now they saying that I ball like Jerry West. Coming back for what is mine, can't take no less. I said go and take a shot, so I need your best. And stop the threats, so nobody's into me. I don't got time, I'm not giving the energy. Too many people around me, I'm finicky. I do not mess with you, dog, you're not kidding me. You don't got way too close, I've been up at the top now, so they all wait for up, whose man's high? Through it all, I stay the same. I swear to God, I can't lie. Been down so damn low that I came up from my life. They talk way too much on the internet, it's not real life. I swear my fam waiting, I can't lose, and I'm still right. Still right. I swear that I'm working them up till like midnight. It's real life. I got a time and I'm coming to get mine. In time, I cannot lose, and I'm coming right inside. I'm in mine, yeah.
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. He's all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, End up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Was blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my send off. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Gold with the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me is till you get woke. My God.
Feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-4 weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones, and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the whip we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm getting hyped, bitch.
These brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so on, move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beatings alone. Me, with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me, with a squeeze.
I'm getting hyped, bitch.
I got that B, she got that G, but she ain't know the way. She knew my face, she heard my name, pulled up and caught the wave. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when I'm drinking Ray. I hope you get a taste. Despite being a stereotype, I'm up on the high. These niggas, they coming around, they tryna just fuck with my vibe. Playboy like my name was Carty. All my black Barbies, they come around along me. It's like I got on me.
Child, leaving them beatings alone. Me, with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me, with a squeeze.
I'm getting hyped, bitch.
Hello everybody and welcome to Worlds 2024. We are here with Breakout Esports. I am your host Jerry and I'm here with the wonderful Elvin, who I've never cast with before, so this is going to be very exciting. But we have 8 teams who are going to be fighting their way through this weekend for a slice of the $2,000 prize pool. That is right. We've been very, very lucky with the generosity of both you lot and also Embark to help bolster that prize pool, and it just means so much to us. Well, it will mean a lot more to the players if they manage to get their hands on that. So that's what's at stake this weekend. Elvin, what are you thinking? We've got ourselves this whole bracket this weekend. Quarterfinals are up to date, all best of threes. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking the stakes are super high. Once again, this is a best of 3 event, single elimination. If you lose this, you're going home. And there's a lot of money at stake, so every single player has to bring their best.
Absolutely. Now, we've got a lot to dive into before we get started. Our first match coming up will be Holto's Finest versus Frog 3. But before we do that, let's just take a look at this little graphic here, which we've been throwing up quite a lot during the season. It's been very interesting to look at our class pick grades. Now, for a long time, we saw absolutely no light action. Then, when it came towards the end of our Split 2 Masters, they started to pick up those SMGs and run around and cause havoc. And now we've got a nice healthy 11% of matches played on the light. But the big takeaway here is looking at that medium and heavy split, 58% to 30%. For a long time we did have a 1 heavy rule, and while that rule is no longer in place, it's still the case now that double medium heavy is the meta.
That does make a lot of sense, actually. I mean, that shotgun on the medium, although it got nerfed, it seems to still be very powerful. So I am kind of expecting most teams to do what you said, double medium heavy composition. It'll be very interesting to see if anyone does decide to go light. I feel like it's just a little bit riskier. You know, you don't have that much health. You do have the mobility and the gateway to, you know, move around the map. But when it's a 3v3, it kind of loses a little bit more value, right? When a team gets eliminated, they're spawning back in, and they're relatively going to get to you relatively fast. So that's why I think one of the main reasons why we're going to see the double medium. But we do got to take note that that healing beam did get nerfed. So maybe we'll see different compositions.
Well, we have seen DMAX coming in, of course, with the single specialization rule that we now have in place as well. So you can't have double heals, but healing beam's still ever popular. Also interesting to note that we do have a couple of light players that have made their way through to these final rounds. It is interesting. Maybe they will switch for these 3v3s. But let's take a look at this bracket right now. We've had it on screen for a bit, and this is the playoffs bracket. We are starting at the bottom this weekend with Holto's Finest versus Frog 3, and then making our way up. Every single quarterfinal, as we've mentioned, is a best of 3. Bertz and Quattro Squad, the next teams up on this bracket, and Bertz among the favourites to potentially run all the way to that grand final and maybe win the whole thing. 2-2-3 versus Grief Party will be your third match today, and we'll be rounding off the day with Scallywags versus Ape Squad. 2 relatively unknown teams that really impressed last weekend. So once those matches are done, we will wrap things up for today. But tomorrow we have the best of 5 semi-finals and, of course, the grand final at the end of it all. So that's pretty much summed the whole thing up. What are your takes here then, Elvin? Have you got any sort of favourites that you think might be making their way through?
You know what? There is... let me look at my notes really quick. There's a name that I haven't seen in a long time in the final scene. And it looks like it's going to be a EU team by the name of Grief Party. We got Carnifex, Craggy, and Mickey. Those 3 names. I'm talking back in old school season 1. They were definitely some of the best players in the game, not just in their region, but just overall. And Craggy is a name I haven't seen in the finals community in a long time. So I'm very excited to see that team kind of just come in and see if they can still just show that dominance that they used to portray back in season 1. I do know Carnifex and Mickey kind of continue to play the game, but hey yo, I need to see my boy Craggy here go kind of crazy, because
he wasn't here last weekend, so I'm not too sure what the deal is there. But we did have a player called Someone on that side on Grief Party. He was lighting up the server. Mickey's still there alongside Mr. Derp, so maybe there's some subs coming in, or maybe there were this weekend. We'll get the final word on that, but don't worry. We should move on to our matchup that we're about to cover right now: Holto's Finest versus Frog 3. Now, these guys, well, we've had our map veto come through, and Frog 3 with the unfortunate wrong call on the coin flip. They would have had first choice had they called it, but they don't get it. So it's Holto's Finest. They get to start off the banning phase, banning at Kyoto, and then we had Las Vegas ruled out by Frog 3. Monaco by Holto's Finest, interestingly, and Skyway also gone. Two of our most popular maps here in Breakout Worlds, and instead we're going to be starting things off on Fortune Stadium, Holto's Finest pick there, which will be on a North American server as well, so a little bit of an advantage there for the North American side. Then we will have Sisters Horizon on a European server, Holto's Finest not picking that one, and then Seoul, the decider for our best of 3. Should we reach there? An interesting decider, I have to say, because that is a very unpopular map that we might end up going to.
Yeah, that is a very rough map with that hospital spawn. I think I saw it in the last pick qualifier, and it was just I don't know how else to put it, in the sense it's a little bit of RNG almost. Like whoever gets those spawns are going to have a big advantage. So be interesting to see if we get there. I kind of would love to see that map play out though.
Absolutely. But first of all, we will have Fortune Stadium. Now this map, the newest to the finals as a game, which is an exciting one to see, because we did get to see it a little bit during the last chance qualifiers, but plenty last week. And it was one, just going back to my notes to see how Holto's Finest fared here. It does look like they won it on the very first day, and then when they returned here the second day, teams have kind of figured them out a little bit. They managed a 3rd place. But, of course, we have to address the fact that all of our notes from last week, or at least all of my notes from last week, are largely meaningless, because that was a cash-out format. That was 3v3v3v3, a lot of chaos going on in those double objectives. And this is a lot different. This is a 3v3, a mano, just which team is the best. So a lot of the kind of impressions we got about these teams, maneuvering around the objectives and doing all this crazy stuff with the vaults, it doesn't necessarily play in here, because this is a lot more about winning those team fights and gaining control and momentum.
Exactly. Now that we have 3v3, we're actually going to get straight into the action. It's a little bit chaotic when you have a bunch of teams last week, right, going at it, right? But it's also just super intense and super entertaining to watch. But now we're gonna watch maybe more of a slower playstyle in some of these teams, because you do get the chance to kind of just take a breather. Once you win a team fight, you have a couple of seconds, right? You don't have to worry about that third party anymore. So we are gonna see these teams kind of just set up, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they set up, as we're gonna go in straight into the match here. And I'm very excited to see this map. We're going straight into the action, as we looks like we got Lamb going straight in with the heavy shotgun, getting the first elimination already, going straight for it, hitting every single shot. And that is a double piece of the triple. He's going at it. It almost looks like he's doing it all himself, but the support of his team is right behind him as well. And just like that, they're going to win the first team fight.
Successful wipe there, like you say, and a little bit of gas for their troubles at the very end there. Unfortunate timing, but of course it doesn't mean much. And during all of that, the vault had not been tapped, so not substantial progress here, as we see Frog 3 in pink just about to spawn back into the server, and they will get a chance to contest this for the time being. It looks like both teams running with the standard heavy, medium comps. We aren't seeing a single light in action here, and Holto's Finest do get the privilege, the joy, the pleasure of moving this cash box all the way over to B. Now, if you played Seoul, you may see a kind of parallel here between this building and the hospital. It is very much out in the open. You've got to cross this great chasm to get over to it, and the question is whether Frog 3 can do that safely. They put up a goo to maybe give themselves some cover on that approach, or was that from the other side? Who knows? It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but they do manage to find an opening, and they're going straight in right now, Elvin.
They are indeed, and the fight has almost started, but we got this team, they're kind of just playing height here, which is very smart. They're kind of just waiting for something to happen. They're not really engaging. They're just kind of waiting for the other team. But bubble has been used. And just like that, Emilian is just trying his best to get a first pick with that model. Getting some nice shots, and they need to kill. Nice. They're going to get it. That assist on Lamp, and there's just one player left. And they're just going to clean it up. And just like that, they lost the first fight. And they just come back, regroup, and just win it very convincingly. This is going to be a very good match to watch.
Yeah, we've already had 2 team fights and of course 1 apiece. That's a pretty good rate if you're expecting, you know, an even match, and the steal goes through for Frog 3. There was a moment there where Brendy just looked like he fell a millimeter short of getting the vault up and getting into a position to defib his teammate. But of course now time is of the essence. They only really have chance for 1 more team fight here. A nice little DMAT gives them a great opening, and all 3 team members of Holto's Finest managed to make their way through, and they can try and contest the point. They do believe that there's someone playing beneath. Of course, they have the C4 set, and in fact, they have a preset hole beneath that so that it will drop 2 floors. But Holto's Finest get the jump on them. Down goes Carbone Magma. Fantastic shots coming through from Brendy as per usual, and he takes out everyone. There is still 1 remaining, and they need to get a body on this point right now. Here is the last remaining medium, and he does enough to try and delay it, but he's taken out quite cleanly. First cash out goes the way of Holto's Finest.
Wow, and these teams are going straight at it. Just about 3 seconds left. If that fight would have been delayed just for like 5 seconds there, it would have been over. Holto's Finest wouldn't have had gotten that. So they managed to find the engage, and I think that was all on that medium that was able to kind of just get that first pick. Opening the floor there and getting a first pick on the medium was huge. Kind of just starting the fight just like that was insane. But as we're going to be going into the second vault here, as Holto's Finest is going to try to kind of just sneak in here, and they should be taking their time, honestly. They don't really have to engage right away. There's a lot of time here as we got, let's see.
Both teams using the dematerializer very nicely so far. We've seen them use it for creating openings and getting off angles, and we have the positioning war that is going on right now. Out comes the jump pad. The engage is there, but it's not necessarily very successful. The bubble doing a lot to protect the team of Holto's Finest right now, and they keep hold of their lives, and a very quick wipe goes their way as we see assists all round for Lamp, and you can tell that this is a team effort going on right now. Cash box in hand, low gravity in play as well is going to make for some interesting engagements for certain. In fact, they're setting up a nice angled jump pad to maximize the use of that event and getting all the way. He's going to have to throw it that final stretch, but no matter, good use of low gravity there.
Good use indeed, and they are going to be waiting for the team to respawn. They don't want them to spawn right in front of them, and just like that, they see that they spawn, so they're going to be putting it in. And it's going to be interesting to see where they set up this time around. Are they still going to hold height? Because the last time they held height, they did not win that fight. Are they going to continue that pattern, or are they going to go somewhere else? But here comes Frogs. As they're already set up, they got a red barrel as well to try to get that early damage in. As they're going to be trying to take their time. I mean, if they take their time, if they rush this fight, they are going to, even if they lose it, they are going to have like another opportunity here. So it would be kind of smart to engage.
Okay, they bring down the cash out, and the APS catches the C4. Very neat play there. And it's not enough to facilitate a steal, but it is enough to force the positions out from Holto's Finest. They bring it down a further floor. They don't have the extra DMAT charge to cover up the ceiling here, though, so it is still exposed. They're looking to maximize the use of this glitch barrel at the moment, and they are getting away with it right now, but a bigger DMAT comes through from above, and Holto's Finest dunk down, but they're not being very successful. This jump pad pinging about is causing all sorts of chaos. No one can get any of their movement right, and Emilian does land a meaty shot at the end there, but he doesn't quite do enough, and there's the clean up coming through from Green Space, the last man standing on Holto's Finest.
Wow, that's kind of a little chaotic there. That must have been like a 3x3 square feet place right there. Nowhere really to run. Everyone was just kind of hoping their best to hit their shots. And just like that, they are going to be winning that fight. But it was very close. It's kind of interesting to see. It almost feels like this is all up to the DMAP players. it kind of
Not
just
much
seems like
time.
they're all making the play. And you're right, not much time. Even if they win this fight, it's gonna be GG's. Unfortunate for Hotel's Finest. They kind of just fighting to fight at this point. They're playing for control for the next vote.
And that's it. That is the 2 cash outs necessary for the victory. Holto's Finest holding on to both there successfully and winning the fight at the end just a good measure as well. Very dominant display so far from them. And this is what we have to talk about, right? Best of 3 semi-finals is so brutal, right? You're going to get maybe 5 or 6 team fights at, you know, worst case scenario, and then you're out of the game. Right, you have to be better than this one team that you've drawn against. And right now, Frog 3 are up against one of the mightiest sides in the finals, in Holto's Finest. And they are now down a map. They haven't gotten a single cash out yet. They've won, what was it, like maybe 1 team fight in that whole game. So they've got to really step it up on Sis Horizon.
Yeah, they kind of need to try their best to get together. It's just... It's going to be very interesting to see how they switch it up. I mean, I again, like I said this earlier, it kind of just seems like it's all up to the DMAT trying to make these crazy plays, trying to DMAT down the cash outs, trying to get like a sneaky steal, or it's just like a bait going on. But I just think they have to engage a little bit faster, because by the time they ended up engaging in the last second, and that second cash out, it was pretty much over. They only got 1 fight in there. So I would like them to just engage a little bit faster so they get that second try if they do lose that first fight.
Yeah, it feels like they give the game away a little bit. There was a moment where I thought they'd caught Holto's Finest by surprise. And in fact, the one team fight that they managed to win, they did find a kind of back route towards their hold on that far side of the map. And that was what got them the entry kill that they needed to swing the momentum. Here we're going to have a nice look at the highlights of this game. Kills all round from Lamp, Brendy, and Greenspace. I don't think a single one of them looked off their game. There were moments where every single one of them won the team fight for their team. So, yeah, this is Holto's Finest at their best at the moment.
Definitely at their best, as we're seeing Brendy kind of go crazy there with a nice melee to finish off that kill. And we're going to have Lamp as well, trying to get these nice replays. I think I would love to see... Well, do you know what the next map is? I already forgot.
Yes, it's Sis Horizon. Don't worry.
Sis Horizon. So
yeah,
I would love to see some sneaky like jump pad plays. So there are like specifically in Sis Horizons, especially with the DMAT, what you could potentially do if somehow Frog manages to win a ball fight. I would love them to see a DMAT jump pad setup where if Hotel's Finest does try to get a steal, as soon as they steal, they demat it down, it goes to the jump pad, and it kind of just flies outside of the map, like outside of the building. So I would like to see a play like that go in, because I have seen that go in before from Birds, and hopefully some of these players have been taking note of that, because little plays like that, specifically for Frog, where they're not really winning team fights, plays like that are just going to buy them enough time to potentially win cash out. So let's see if we can see some smart plays like that.
Let's just draw your attention to the match summary right here. We see Greenspace with the 8 kills to his name. That's more than Frog 3 amassed as a team in total. That's a big performance from the medium on Holto's Finest. And, you know, Lamp and Brendy following suit with 6 and 4 kills apiece. Not that anyone on Frog 3 is looking particularly bad or letting the team down or everything. Everyone there is putting in their worth, their shift, but it just seems like, you know, every single fight there was a moment for Holto's Finest where an individual stepped up and it made a difference. And, you know, Brendy's apparently seemed to be that difference a little bit more often than not. So yeah, we will go on to Sis Horizon soon, and that is going to be on an EU server, which may make a difference, Frog 3 being the European-based side here. So they maybe were feeling some of that, especially when you have a weapon like the model in the meta, that burst fire, your crosshair's got to be perfectly placed, and that, like, milliseconds difference can be crucial. So here we are on Sis Horizon, one of my favourite maps, such a brilliant aesthetic on this map. I do love that whole Season 2 kind of hack vibe that they got going on here. And we will get straight on into the action. Holto's Finest once again in orange. And we will follow the backs right now. Frog 3 in pink as we get into the first fight.
The first fight has already started. Just 10 seconds into the match, and we're already going at it. Brandy almost dead. Is going to be throwing some goo grenades, trying to stay alive. Those goo grenades going crazy for him. Just giving him that few seconds to just trying to get his health back. And right now, they're just trying to regroup. Lamb getting his health back. They do manage to get a pick. They do manage to get 2 already. And just like that, they're going to win the team fight yet again. So this momentum that they had first map, they're definitely continuing this into the second.
The area control that those goo grenades are bringing is fantastic. I mean, we saw a sniff of it over on Fortune Stadium, but it really comes to the fore in these enclosed engagements on Sis Horizon. That was just incredible. We saw that realistically Frog 3 had a bit of an upper hand when it came to that fight, but if anything, it proved to be a bit of a bait. You know, they poured their resources into the engagement, and all Hoto's Finest had to do was wall them back off with some goos and then re-engage with their superior remaining resources, and that's exactly what they did. Some very nice shots as well coming out from the heavy in that fight. The KS-23 being brought out by Carbo Magma, and he's going down. The hook is his demise, and look at this death ball movement from the rest of Hoto's Finest as Carbo Magma, sorry, he's on the medium, the last one standing now, trying to find a way to move his team back towards any sort of competition, but instead he's going to sort of linger and hope that they can spawn off of him. Meanwhile, that box is moving safely towards B.
Yeah, Hoto's Finest is just doing a good job of sticking together. It almost looks like they're all almost focusing on one person at a time, because Emilian there, the other medium, they got deleted as soon as that fight started, and the fight was basically already over after that. So I would need to see Frog 3 kind of do something that I need them to stick together and focus one person as well.
It's interesting as well. We do have Basilia coming in this week as a sub, effectively, for Frog 3. Unfortunately, Kynes couldn't make it, and we send him our best wishes as he's had a bit of an injury. So, Basilia, you may recognize from Sky Gods, who was competing earlier this season. So, yeah, they are a little bit disheveled in terms of their team comp as well, as Basilia's that heavy main that we know him and love him for. But up comes the engage. Only one remains on that top floor, but some good shots coming out from Emilian does secure that kill, and the second one as Lamp goes down. This looks like it's done and dusted. A very nice fight there coming out from Frog 3. We didn't get to see Hoto's Finest, but it seemed as though maybe they were missing a few too many shots in that engagement.
And that was perfect. And look at that hook, trying to get that cash out away as well, setting up so they can play height now. And this is just going to be about just buying enough time. I mean, this is going to be the last engagement. Hoto's Finest, they're going to have like 15 seconds here to not only win the fight, but also get the steal. So if Frog 3 plays this correctly, all they need to do is just kind of buy enough time. As long as one or two of them stay alive, they should be able to clutch up as they're looking for an engage already.
Where are they? They don't know where they are, and they can't get into cover either. In comes the engagement, but down goes the shield, and it's a bait of a steal. The fight will take place on this top floor. Great hook out of midair. Deleted, and down goes the heavy as well. It looks like another successful team wipe going the way of no. Hoto's Finest get this. Oh no, sorry, Frog 3. Frog 3 got that. I caught myself up there for a moment. Yes, Frog 3 in pink. Take that very, very cleanly.
Well, no, that was an amazing hook. It is important to know, and you're right. The heavy player, I believe is Basila. They are a substitute. And you know what? They're still doing an amazing job. It is kind of interesting to see that they're using the hook, but they obviously know what they're doing, right? They were able to use the hook to kind of put the cash out outside. That bought them enough time to just camp, right? And that kind of forced Hoto's Finest to put themselves in a horrible position, which is the reason why they ended up losing that fight. And then you can't forget that hook in mid-air that also won them that first engage as well. So as long as Basila can keep this up, he's looking like he's making it into the team.
Lamp playing fast and loose with his own life here.
Oh,
for some reason, just walking out into the open, and that's a freebie. I'm not too sure what the thinking was there from Lamp. Maybe he wasn't aware of the locations of Frog 3, but they will happily take that pick. Thankfully for Lamp, he is recovered, his totem taken back up, healed back to full by Greenspace, and they can go for a relatively early engage on C. They should have a number of chances to take this down, and in fact, that box not even in place yet, so we will have a fight pretty shortly.
Indeed, and the cash out has been put in, but the fight is already going to start. This is going to be a very early engagement as they're going to be jump padding in, but the counter jump pad as well coming in from Frog. But Basila already getting eliminated. That's going to be the heavy already. Green Space looking for the rest, and they are going to be successful with that. They're very low. Lamb getting taken out, but there is Green Space to clean it up. And
wow,
again, they're going to be winning this. And it's all about the jump pads there, right? They're going for the jump pads to look for these early engages, looking for these rockets. They do try to counter. Frog tries to counter it, but it looked like as they landed, they kind of got separated there, and it just kind of got picked one by one.
I think Brendy won like a 1 versus 2 on the rooftop while we were following Green Space as well.
Oh, wow.
Green Space came back up to a much more advantageous situation than I was expecting, with Brendy having taken a bit of a flack, but he did do the work, it would seem. So props to both the mediums on the side of Holto's Finest. Now Frog 3 looking to reclaim this. A big wide open D-map will pull everyone back in. And we have the Hook taking this into cover. Very nice move, but the D-map from above is enough to immediately melt through the shield, and the pink team of Frog 3 decide to fall back for the time being. They have got a little bit of time to play with here to try and re-engage in a cleaner way, and that is pretty clean as it comes. An RPG to the heavy takes a lot of his health, and Magma will finish him off. Emilian's still up for his team as well, but unfortunately for Frog 3, it looks like they are flailing, they are floundering, they are getting squashed. Basilia gets that res as he is brought back up. The medium and heavies now look to duke it out, but that timer is going to be a real problem. It looks as though Lamp, the last one standing, he hasn't found a nice place to retreat to, and that is the wipe. Frog 3 will get the steal, and that is enough to turn Sis Horizon in their favor, and they will take us through to map 3.
Just like that, a quick 2-0. That was almost like it looked like Frog was just such a better team there, and it could be the map, or it could be just straight up just the host, right? But that was a completely different team that we just saw.
It was. They were much more impressive. I wouldn't say it was one-sided. I feel like Holto's Finest did themselves some very good things there. They won a fair few team fights, but they lost the ones that mattered, right? The ones over those final cash outs. Each time they couldn't win the fight that denied or stole that final few seconds on the cash out, and those are the most meaningful ones. We even saw some strange and uncharacteristically lazy sort of missteps. Holto's Finest during that. The one that stands out to me was Lamp just sort of running through the road. So they've got to tighten things up as well as we head to Seoul for our final map.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit of a miscommunication there. They do have two mediums, so they were able to get him up right away, and they did end up winning the fight. But at the end of the day, they ended up,
though, right? They lost the foot race to the next box. It was a really
that's 100% true, and that's the thing with the finals. The little things do matter. Although you might think, oh, he got rest, it's okay, but they ended up losing control of the map, right? They ended up losing control of the cash out. So even though it didn't look like a big mistake, it does result in them losing. So hopefully we see a little bit of a different gameplay right there. Hopefully third map, maybe we can see the third cash out, because it looks like these are quick 2-0s. But hey, again, this is a best of 3 single elimination. This is it. It is important to note that Holto's Finest is the favorite here. We do have a prediction going on, and I do think, I could be wrong, but I think it was 100% of the people that voted on this prediction voted for Holto's Finest to win. For going into map 3, right? So Frog 3 being the underdog, kind of making an underdog story here. They could potentially take the big dogs out.
It's closer than they would want, certainly. Holto's Finest are probably the easy pick to make if you're trying to make those predictions like we did. They are the Split 2 Masters champions, right? They are here off their own merit, and not that Frog 3 aren't, but they certainly had a much harder route to this point. Now we get a chance to look at the map summary, and it says 2-0 at the top, but if you were to guess how this map ended based on the stats below, you'd have a really hard time picking it apart, wouldn't you? This is really even across the board.
Definitely. I think something important to note is that last map we had Brenny going with 9 kills, and this time around he had the least amount of kills in the entire map. So I don't know if there seems to be a correlation. Maybe we need Brendy to kind of do what Brendy did first map for them to win third map. But Again, Frog 3 going absolutely crazy. Obviously, the stats show it. Everybody in this map did everything. But Frog 3, it looks like they managed to play together as a team, and they all had a big say on the result of their victory.
So one thing that's impressed me so far from Frog 3, sure, you know, they won this map off the back of the fact that they were able to get those steals last minute or defend last minute. The fights that count, those final fights on the cash out. But what's really impressed me about them and their ability to take team fights is that they know when they're in a disadvantage. Sometimes they can't do anything about it, but they're very clear that they're like, okay, we're going to back on up. We're going to try and take this a second time. And to be honest, I know I'm going to say 9 times out of 10. We haven't had 10 times to assess this, but it feels like 9 times out of 10, when they do that kind of staggered approach, they actually come out quite well. They go in, they poke, they prod, and then they re-engage after backing off and finding a better angle to come at the fight from. It happened a number of times here on both cash outs. It happened on the last map as well. The one time they were able to win a fight on Fortune Stadium was that same strategy. So that's something that maybe Hoto's Finest should wise up to, and something that Frog 3 will hope can carry them through to a victory here.
Exactly. If they can continue that playstyle, maybe they can continue winning this and go into the grand finals. This is going to be another host for them. So they are going to have to try their best. And when they are on that pink disadvantage, I do think it's important to kind of do what you said, kind of just engage and then back off if they can. It's just kind of be kind of careful with the goo grenades that Brendy's throwing there. If they're going to engage, they have to fully commit. And if they're not going to fully commit, then they need to take their time and just re-engage and just group together.
One of my favorite ways to use a goo grenade or goo barrel is to split teams up, and I want to see that from Brendy in one of these fights. Spot an opening and wall off the rest of the team, just like kind of like Mei in Overwatch can do sometimes, you know. Just separate the whole team, get the 3 versus 1 and roll from there. It's just a really nice kind of play that I think that, especially in the esports side of things, goo grenades will find a really nice spot once people get used to that. We are here in Seoul, and we have the under construction variant, rather interestingly. It looks as though the orange team of Hoto's Finest will make their way to the cash box sooner, and Frog 3 opting to play control from the top of the construction site. No hospital spawn for the objective, so this isn't a bad move.
Definitely not. I mean, this is just a poke battle. They just have map control right now, right? They have... It's very important for them to keep this control. If they decide to go to construction, they're already there. They decide to go to billboard, hey, they just take the jump pad and they're going to beat you there, right? So it's very important to just stay in this position. And oh, it looks like they're not even going to break the vault. Hotel's Finest is going to go straight into the fight, but the hook is going to separate Lab from the team, and just like that, Lab is going to be the first one taken out.
What's going on? Oh, we have two teammates on either side still up, and the walls are gone. The medium on the side of Frog 3 just decides that he doesn't want cover to be an issue for any of these teams. And now we're in a situation where all 3 players on both sides have managed to recover, I believe. Although, actually, no, it looks as though Hoto's Finest didn't find that second res, and that will just be enough for Frog 3 to walk through them. And that is a nice, clean take. They get the res to clean things up, but Hoto's Finest rather wisely left the box behind for that fight. And Frog 3 are actually wondering whether it's even worth sending someone after it. I don't... Have they? Or are they all just fighting up here again? Are we going to get a very long set of team fights? Is that the box? Yeah, he's got the box. Okay, cool. We're good. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's head on over to a listen-in for Hoto's Finest, see how they want to engage right now.
Model dead. Let me clean up.
They're dead.
Good job.
All right. Well, that was a nice little insight into the engage there, and a successful one for Holto's Finest. Very clean comms, it's, very minimal. I do like that about it. So, we have another chance here as the pig team of Frog 3 will jump in straight away. They get their bounce pads going just like the frogs they are, but they are beaten. That dome shield is sent into next Tuesday as it hits a jump pad as well. Emilian goes in and finds that assist, at least on green space, and that is a wipe against Holto's Finest. Another steal when it matters most for Frog 3, and now, after having lost that first map 2-0, they are up 1 cash out on the final map and may have a surprise early exit for Holto's Finest on the cards.
Was that Holto's Finest bubble that ended up going in a jump pad?
It was.
Because if it was, that I think that is the reason why they lost. That was just straight up unlucky. They Frogs 3, they were able to get a first pick because they had that bubble, and I saw a 1v1 go inside, but it's going to be another fight. Not as an important fight. They are just trying to get control for the next vote, but it's going to be Holto's Finest kind of trying to get revenge here, as they do manage to get the pick and they do manage to get the wipe, but the damage has already been done. They're down 1-0. And again, I do want to point out, I do want to say that bubble going on that jump pad straight up just lost them that fight. I don't know if maybe Lamp accidentally threw it, if the jump pad was already there and he made a misplay, but unfortunately for them, that is going to cost them, and the vault is going to be spawning in hospital, which is probably the worst situation to be in after winning that gunfight. So not only did they get unlucky, losing because of the bubble, they win an engagement that kind of just puts them in an even worse situation, right? Now Frog 3 has full control of the map again, and they're just going to be sitting once again in construction.
Speedy jump pads across the green chasm, as I like to call it. I know it's not called that, but it just feels like you're a sitting duck. It's like a no man's land if you're there. But luckily for Holto's Finest, Frog 3 are holding a little further back in construction, as we see Holto's Finest holding on to that box for the time being. They want to get a clean execute, though. They want to make sure that they wipe Frog 3 before getting this down. And so they're kind of juggling. They're deciding what they want to do. They want to go in instead from this right-hand bounce pad. Up they go.
Making the same exact play as they engage with and bringing the ball outside, but Basila with some nice shots, going absolutely crazy with this shotgun, and they're going to be winning this pretty convincingly. And this is going to be the same thing. They're just going to be putting this in construction, and they're just going to kind of just wait it out here and just try their best. Grenade kind of blocking that jump pad there. So if somebody does try to jump pad from that side, maybe they'll end up falling off. Very unlikely. Oh, but look at this spawn. Once again, they did spawn in hospital. So this is going to be very tough. I mean, if I'm Holto's Finest, I'm coming in from different angles. But
this is a very split engagement. What is going on? They're not being patient. They're not being coordinated. They are waiting. In fact, no, they've gone straight up. They've split maybe so that they can get some ground up here instead of going for a clean engagement. Green space pumps out a little bit of that healing, but some good shots there from Brendy to finish off one target on the side of Frog 3. Brendy does, however, go down now, and now the mantle is passed on to green space. He does get that res, comes through, takes out Basila. They trade heavies. Very important that, but up goes Brendy again, and now it's just all of the defibs have been used. Who can win these fights? Down goes a dome shield at the last minute, but it looks as though the damage has already been done. Where was that dome shield the whole time? Here comes the steal from Holto's Finest. Frog 3 have one chance on this cash out now.
For a second there, it kind of looked like Holto's Finest was making a mistake, right? When they were jumping up, they were going in one by one, and they did it rather quickly, almost like they didn't even think about it. But that actually caught Frog 3 from out of surprise. Like you said, they didn't even throw a dome shield down. They were caught with their pants down, and that might have been the reason why Holto's Finest won. Their aggressiveness and their eagerness to just get in there. But
good spawn.
Here comes Frog 3 already.
A much better spawn for the pink side of Frog 3. They get in some meaningful damage. None taken so far. The dome shield already out by Lamp, and he is taken out. Lamp gone. Brendy gone. Who's the last one standing? Green space. He's gone. That could be it. Oh, the defib comes through, but it's just a matter of seconds. And Frog 3 with a sub. Basila stepping up to take out one of the favourites of the competition in Holto's finest and progress to the semi-finals.
What an insane outcome. Honestly, nobody could have predicted that. And I mean literally nobody, because nobody voted for Frog 3 to win this. Everyone thought it was going to be Holto's finest. And just like that, that's the beauty of the finals. Anything can go down. Anything can happen. We had a real underdog story. It just happened right before our eyes. And that was just straight up beauty.
Under Frog
yeah,
story,
under
maybe?
Frog
Okay, cool.
story.
It's right there.
Exactly.
We got it.
Exactly.
I'm very
There's
sorry.
opportunity there from me.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is just unbelievable, right? And it just goes to show the kind of tragedy of this particular bracket where you got a best of 3 semi-finals after all the hard work last weekend. And not just last weekend, but throughout all the split 2 qualifying for Holto's finest. It's undone in a single few games, just 3 maps. And, you know, it could have been even worse for Frog 3 if they'd gone out after 2. But Holto's finest, how the tables turned. Frog 3 looked pretty dominant, I have to say, in that game. They really stepped it up, or hopped it up. You know, we'll pass the mic on over to someone who won't do so many puns later. But I'm going to get them in while I still can. So, yeah, Frog 3 are our first semi-finalist booking their spot in tomorrow's final showdown.
Yeah, I know they're throwing parties right now. I know they got the champagne off, just going absolutely crazy, because that was an insane victory to see. Those hooks were absolutely insane, and we do got to know that Basila is a substitute. So the fact that this team managed to win with a sub, I could only imagine what they could have done with their main roster. So that maybe might have been the reason why people didn't think Frog could have won this, because they had his sub, but it just didn't matter. It looked like they were coordinated. It looked like they've been playing for years, right? So that's exactly what we want to see in this caliber gameplay, where even if you lose a player and you bring somebody in, your 2 core players are you have so much you have so much momentum, you have so much chemistry, that even if you bring in a random 30, you can still pull out and win against one of the favorites in the whole tournament. As you're going to be looking at the stats, and you could kind of see this is a little different from last match. Now you can see a couple of players, Carbone here, kind of just popping off a little bit more with the most eliminations in the map, 8 kills.
Huge from him. That's the same performance that we saw from from Greenspace on the very first map. And look, unfortunately, they've kind of traded places here. Greenspace getting a lot of assists under his name, a lot of revives as well as the kind of backline of the team, but unable to chip in with the kills when it needed it most. So yeah, it's almost heartbreaking to see Holto's finest go. You know, these are the split 2 champions. We weren't expecting to see such a huge casualty this early on, but Seoul goes again the way of Frog 3. We saw all 3 maps, interestingly, go 2-0. We didn't see 3 cash outs on a single one. So some very quick maps. That's why it felt so quick, even though we had 3 maps in total. And yeah, that's it for now. We will have a short break in a moment as we get warmed up for a second quarterfinal of the day. And it's going to be Bert's versus Quattro squad. I have a few thoughts about these teams. I'm sure you do as well, Elvin, but we'll save those for after the break. So stick around, and we'll be with you shortly.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah, yeah. They getting nervous, I seen it. What I seen, you wouldn't believe it. They say they want it, I need it. Damn. I'm going dumb like I dropped out of class. Get in my lane and I'm going right past. I turn it up, watch me go to the max. You ain't it first and you know that you last. I thought I told them I'm coming right back. I got a flows like it came from the tap and I came from my city, that's right on my back. Oof. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. That's how I shoot. Lately I'm driven like I'm on the road. They in my lane, I got told on the move. Now that I'm popping, got too much to lose. Look at the numbers, got nothing to prove. I'm in the city, just me and my crew. Told me I'm sick and I know that it's true, but I'm still gonna ball, it's like I got a flu. Yeah, run it up, I told them that I'm coming back. So let me get all of that. Time is now, I'm coming around to get a check. Said I need my taxes back. Over time, I'm getting mine to get in line. And it's with no respect. That I told them all about the ball, getting chips. Feeling like Kobe Shaq. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. Yeah. Look.
Look what's next for me, Joe. I'm gonna get that second bell. Where the f is it? They should have had them 2 bells ready. Spit shine for me.
Yeah. Head up in the clouds, though they saying I look stressed. I've been feeling down, pray to God that I'm up next. Remember when she blew me off, that's why I can't text. Now she call me petty, but I swear I can't forget. This ain't a test. Now they saying that I ball like Jerry West. Coming back for what is mine, can't take no less. I said go and take a shot, so I need your best. And stop the threats, so nobody's into me. I don't got time, I'm not giving the energy. Too many people around me, I'm finicky. I do not mess with you, dog, you're not kidding me. You don't got way too close. I've been up at the top now, so they all wait for the landslide. I seen too many people that switched up, whose man's high. Through it all, I stay the same, I swear to God, I can't lie. Been down so damn low that I came up for my life. They talk way too much on the internet, it's not real life. I swear my fam waiting, I can't lose, and I'm still right. Still right, I swear that I'm working them up till like midnight. It's real life, I got a time and I'm coming to get mine. In time, I cannot lose and I'm coming right inside. I'm in my, yeah.
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle, we ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Yeah. It's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up.
Wake 'em up.
Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be. Now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Bring me
Hello everybody and welcome back to the quarterfinals of our Worlds 2024 event here at Breakout Esports. It's the finals, but it's not the finals yet, if that makes sense. We are entering the world of realizing just how difficult this is a name for a game, Elvin.
Exactly, as we saw our first upset of the day already. If you're just tuning in, you just missed a great match. It was Halto's Finest versus Frog 3. And Frog 3 actually ended up winning, taking it to the third map. Every single map was a 2-0. But let's talk about the map we're going to be able to see. Let's talk about the match. It's going to be Burst versus Quattro Squad. And I have to say, I just realized that Quattro Squad is a full controller console team. Yes, you heard that right. A full controller console team making it this far into the World's playoffs. That is completely amazing. They have a big task ahead as they're going to be going up against one of the favorites first. But I'm kind of rooting for them. I have to. As a controller player myself, I have to root for that aim assist, man.
Yeah, it's difficult not to root for an underdog, especially when we've just seen, you know, Frog 3 pull out the bag against the Split 2 champions. Maybe Quattro Squad controllers on console can pull it out of the bag against the Split 1 champions, Burts. If they do that, then what was the point in running Split 1 and 2, really? You know, that, like, our champions, pff, who needs them, you know? That's what they'll be thinking before they go into this match. But, of course, Burts are possibly the favourites going into this weekend in terms of just the quality of teams and who a lot of our staff have in their pick'ems. We're going to have a look at the map veto. Elvin, perhaps you want to talk us through this one.
Yes, it looks like Birds are going to be banning Kyoto. Very, very upset about that myself. I haven't gotten a chance to cast that map yet, but maybe one day we will, as we're going to be going in with Quattro banning Seoul. Birds once again banning Skyway Stadium, and then Quattro banning Sis Horizon. So we're going to be getting to see two maps that we haven't seen yet. which we're going to be tuning in with Monaco, as that's going to be Bert's first pick, and Quattro picking Vegas for the second map. 2 maps we haven't seen yet, so I'm very excited for that. And to decide it all, we're going to be going to Fortune Stadium if we manage to get that third map.
Once again, surprising not to see Skyway. It's perhaps teams are wanting to kind of force these maps that have been less played, like Vegas, like Fortune, into the final 3, just so that, you know, their strats aren't as easily read. For instance, you know, we've seen a lot of action on Monaco and on Skyway Stadium throughout the whole season. So yeah, particularly for Berts, who were playing back in season 1 a lot, and there was a smaller map pool, moving away from those maps is beneficial. But of course, that doesn't mean that they're not going to bring out their very favoritist map in Monaco. When I picture Chickpea on Bert, I picture Monaco. I picture those zip lines, those jump pads, and him moving around. And I always like to say this about Chickpea: he plays medium like it's light. And it's so entertaining to watch him move around the map with that kind of ease. Obviously, a lot of players do that sort of thing nowadays, but he's, up there with being able to be credited with having a kind of influence on that playstyle.
That's kind of interesting you say that, because when I used to compete in this game myself, if you guys don't know, I kind of used to play this game myself. Chickpea used to be a light main, and he used to be in a team with Lamp, and he was a top dog for sure. If not one of the best, if not the best light player at the time, season 1. But we're going to be going straight into the action. Looks like we are going to have the church in the middle of the map here. And both teams looking, no. It's going to be Birds going straight for church. So they're going to have that height advantage over everything, as they're going to be trying to see where the other team is. And they're just going to be taking their time. I do think they have scoped out. I think they have a good idea of where the enemy team is. And just like that, they're going to be taking the zip line, and they're going to be closing the gap, and they're going to go straight into the fight. No, they are going to be, they got to engage in the next building. And there you go. The fight has started, as we got Swako's division right now. That's the RPG out. He needs to hit this to get this first engagement, as he's looking for this, but no luck yet, as Quattro doing a good job, which is kind of disengaging, touching the vault. They know they don't have that height advantage, so they kind of just leave. But the hook is on point, as Swako's gonna be the first one getting eliminated. But Z also doing a good job getting that pick, and it should be a free rest, and that's gonna be a first win for Bert.
That it is, and Sweko taking the casualty there for the team. Seemingly, it was like he stepped on a landmine. You know, that C4 went off right underneath his feet, or maybe it was an RPG. Either way, something big and explodey hurt him, and it was a good thing that Z and Chickpea were there to pick up the pieces, because they did so admirably. Now, this first cash out in the open in front of the church, very difficult one to play with if you're in a kind of normal game of, 3v3v3, or even a 4-team cash out, but here, the location of these cash outs doesn't matter desperately in terms of like getting to steal them. It's more about the terrain around and where those engagements are going to take place. Now we see Bert maintaining the high ground for the time being, and they dunk on top of them, get that hook in. In fact, no, that's the hook of Quattro Squad that comes good. Z very hurt, backing on up, leaving the rest to Chickpea. He does hit the defib there, very successful, and it's just the heavy, it seems, of Vega left standing. Sweko enough after that defib to secure the kill, and that will continue their control of cash out A for Berts.
Wow, and just like that was down to the wire. They could have gone either way. That defib literally won them the fight, because Chickpea literally died for getting that rest, and Swako managed to clean it up. Swako doing what he does best. I've been playing with him since season 1. He's been rocking the same exact thing every single time. That heavy shotgun, and you can tell he has a lot of practice, because he barely misses any shots. But I do got to point out, before that fight started, I'm not sure if it was a grenade or an RPG that ended up hitting Quattro Squad, but that kind of just won them that engagement. They hit that explosive very early on before the fight started, and it's just full on engage. And they were rewarded for that, as once again they're kind of just sitting on height, and this is gonna be Bert's free cash out. Even if Bert gets full wipe, it's just not enough time for Quattro to steal here, and that's kind of one of the deadly things about this cash out. It's kind of out in the open. Ooh, look at Chickpea, just sitting in a corner. He does get spotted out.
Vega found him and hefty amount of damage to him, but it looks as though the rest of Bert's are diving on in and going to clean this up. Last one standing is the heavy. Once again, Sueco, they're doing the heavy lifting at the end of the fight, and it's another wipe, and Bert's are 1-up on cash outs right now. 10k in the bank, and they will head pretty freely towards Vault 2.
Pretty freely indeed. And notice how Swako's not even going to waste his time reviving his teammates. He knows they're going to be back in time. There's no need to waste your time on that. It's more important is just touch the ball and try to get control of the map right after. I would imagine they're going to go take that zipline all the way up to the crane to kind of just see what's going on. Or maybe not. They got a different eyes. Let's see. Oh, but look at Shikby. Completely separated from his team. But his job right now, he's just trying to get as much information as possible. But it can be scary because the enemy team Quattro, it looks like they're going to be riding. They're taking a risk.
Yeah, they are.
They're hoping that Burst goes to B. They're hoping that they're going to get a first pick here, and they actually might be rewarded. But
I think they're waiting
doing a good
for
job. Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be waiting for the next jump pad to get straight at B. I think they see the jump pad, and that's given them away. So the whole of Bert's look like they're ready to engage on this, hitting big damage already. And one of the mediums has been split off from the rest of the team. Vega is split off as well. In fact, this looks like Bert should be able to clean it up if they find... In fact, they do. They won all of their ones there, leaving the cash out box behind just for good measure. That will cost them a few seconds on the objective. But yeah, wow, Quattro Squad really unfortunate that they left that jump pad out in the open, because that was what gave the game away.
Yeah, no, that jump pad unfortunately wasn't. They had a very sneaky, and I think they could have gotten away with it. But you're right, that jump pad literally gave them away. It's like saying, like holding up a sign saying, "Hey, I'm here, shoot me here, throw grenades here, RPG me here." And that's exactly what Burst ended up doing, and they ended up winning that fight very convincingly. And again, going straight up to height, and that's what Monaco is all about.
Where are they? They spawned back in. Did they get a really close spawn or something? I literally haven't seen a pink health bar on my screen. Obviously, we see it as Sueco sees it, so there we go. He gets the idea. Z gives him the call. Down in that courtyard. Quite far from the objective, but of course there is still plenty of time on the clock for Quattro Squad. They need to contest this cash out, though, otherwise they will be taking a swift exit from Monaco, a 2-0 deficit. So this slow approach, especially along the range, I'm not too sure I like it. You know, no one here is really equipped to be fighting at range. We've got shotguns all round in this lobby. Early dome doesn't even land where they want it to. I don't know. I don't feel too good about this engagement. Here comes, again, an early jump pad. And I'm just looking at this. I'm thinking Berts are going to be able to control this fight very easily. They, in fact, split up. One goes directly back down to the point. They're leaking resources here, Quattro Squad. Finally, they get into a spot where they can get that push going. They land an RPG. Here come the shots. That shotgun is just not going to do enough damage at range. Z does go down. Lotus taken out, however. Chickpea is last... No, sorry. Lotus won that fight. No, he did go down. He's gotten defibbed. Oh, it's chaos. Down goes the final member of Bert's, as sometimes the finals just do be like that. Here comes the steal. He's going to keep Quattro Squad in the game.
No, definitely super chaotic there. For a second, I thought Burst was winning that fight too. They were doing a good job disengaging. Notice how as soon as Quattro ended up closing the gap, Burst literally just jump headed out. But the thing is, when they jump headed out, they kind of got separated. And they got picked, and Quattro, beautifully done. Props to them. They ended up, that was a rocky start. They missed their bubble, but having that double RPG gives them a lot of flexibility to get that early damage in. And just like that RPG putting in work, as Vega's gonna do a good job getting that first pick. Maybe looking for a second, but is gonna get picked out. Lotus, last man standing, not gonna be able to do much. But hey. This fight, it's not the end of the world, right? The vault hasn't even started yet. They still have a lot of games to play here. We're going to be going into the third cash out of the tournament.
I think I just saw Lotus on a FAMAS. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I feel like I just saw Lotus on the FAMAS. So that's an interesting one that I didn't catch earlier. I don't know if it was a switch mid-game. I don't think they can do that, so we'll see. Either way, the cash out, like you say, in control of Bert, and they're heading over to D right now. Is that in the forest or are we in the house? We are in the forest. So again, another forest objective. So we'll see if Z and Chickpea and Sueko can control the high ground a bit more effectively this time around, as that seems to be the way they want to do this, despite the fact that we may have that FAMAS on the side of Quattro Squad now.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice if he is using that FAMAS. I do want to point out.
Oh, wait, no, it's double heavy. We got double heavy.
Yeah, exactly.
It must have been a shotgun. I didn't even spot that. Okay. Wow.
I was about to say that for the first time, it looks like they have their own meta. We do have a double heavy medium pick, which used to be a season 1 meta, almost a season 2 meta as well. And it looks like they're going back to that, and they're going to go straight for this deal, and they're going to hold it, and they're going to be successful. But the fight has started. Both RPGs not doing any damage. That was a good place bubble by Sueko. And the hook, that's a very good hook as well, but he needs to win that 1v1. Sueko is going to do a good job of winning that, and it should be Birds team fight to win. And notice how Birds took the time. They knew Quattro was stealing, but they didn't rush into the fight. They didn't freak out. They said, you know what? It's okay if they steal it, because we can still re-engage and win the fight, and that's exactly what they did.
Tubbs has logged into the game. Hi, Tubbs. Yeah. I feel really bad for missing the double heavy thing now. That's like really important that they are bringing this double heavy. It's just that we haven't been used to seeing double heavy because there was a rule against it for a while, and now there's a rule against double specialization. So we haven't seen like a charge and slam heavy in donkey's years. And this is, yeah, unprecedented. In come Quattro Squad for one final attempt. This is what it's riding on right now. This final fight. Double dome shields down. Up goes the cash out there, though, whipped into the jump pad, and that might cause enough chaos for them to come through on top. Ilmander does stick the defib on one of his heavies, but he goes down. Now it's all up to Vega, charging through, doesn't secure it. Burts stand tall and will take the map.
Just like that, that's going to be a nice victory by Birds. A lot closer than what I thought, to be honest. I did think it was going to be a 2-0, so Quattro fighting back for sure. I want to go back to that double heavy, because before double heavy was very strong because he had that mesh shield, right? That's kind of what like held you back, right? It was a lot easier to go for those last second steals. You double bubble and one of your heavy steals while the other one mesh shields, and the medium just kind of heals the person that's stealing, right? But now that you don't have that mesh shield, you do lose a lot of value, right? They're using charge and slam and hook. So you're really relying on those bubbles to do a lot, but those bubbles been nerfed quite a lot during these past few seasons. So it's not providing as much value and not as much tankiness as it used to. And as we can see, it's going to be a double medium heavy that, you know, the new meta that's going to be taking that home.
It could be a situational choice as well. We didn't see them running it last week in the chaos of cash out, right? 4 teams on the server. You want that extra medium in play to chain those chain the reses at least, and have a bit more mobility across the play. But coming into this game, knowing that it's Birch you're up against and thinking we're on controllers, the double heavy isn't a bad call, quite honestly. You're not gonna hit the same shots that Chickpea and Z are making. You know, if it's 2 mediums against 2 mediums and 2 of them are on the sticks, you're gonna back some of the best mediums in the world on a PC any day of the week. So taking this into the game, it's gonna throw a spanner in the works against Burt's. And to be fair, it bought them a single cash out on that map. That wasn't a washout. It was a decent performance from Quattro Squad on Burt's map pick. And as we head into Vegas next, maybe we will see the beginnings of yet another upset. Could it happen? Can we see 2 in a day?
I think everyone would love to see it, honestly. 2 upsets in one day would be absolute cinema. Hopefully we can see it. But what we can see right now is these beautiful replays, as we have Amanda kind of going crazy there, unfortunately getting picked off though. And it is quite interesting to see. I don't know if I want to see Quattro going for the double heavy again, only because as a controller player myself, I remember I was a medium one trick specifically because just using heavy just can be a little bit more rough on controller. Usually you don't have that high of a sensitivity to move around as quick with your mesh shield, or to move around as quick with the charge and slam, right, as you're slamming people down, right? So I would love to see double medium. If anything, I would love to see a long range, like you mentioned earlier, FAMAS, or like a Scar go in, because controller can take a lot of advantage But we're going to be going in straight to the match summary, and we can see Bert's very, very high kills coming in from that team. 9, 7, and 7. That completely different from what we saw in the last series. Very interesting to see. Swako going crazy with the heavy, and that's kind of what you expect from a double medium heavy composition. You kind of expect that heavy to get those extra kills, right? You have more health, you have the heals coming in from the other medium that's just supporting you. So Swako definitely doing his job, everybody doing their job, definitely.
Yeah, and you can see what Manda's job is on the side of Quattro Squad, being the sole medium there. Not many kills, plenty of assists and revives, and you can imagine his healing score was probably through the roof as well. He's got his work cut out for him with 2 heavies chunking damage all the time. So it's I think the reason we're seeing such high kills on Bert's side compared to the last series is this went to 3 cash outs. You know, we didn't see that at all in the last series.
Very true.
So yeah, just the fact that Quattro Squad are able to kind of step up to Bert's on Monaco does give me hope for the underdogs. And, you know, it's difficult to kind of keep our bias intact as casters. We're always going to lean towards just the drama, the underdog drama, the longer games, the more exciting matches. So yeah, this is our plea towards Quattro Squad, basically. Keep going.
Keep going. Just keep fighting back. Keep swimming, because you're definitely going to have to do that. I do believe second map, I mean, it's Vegas. Anything can happen. If there's any map for a double heavy composition, it's going to be Vegas.
You got to go gambling, all right?
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to gamble, you do it in Vegas, right? And a lot of those cash outs are indoors. So you get more value off those, off those bubbles. Although it can be a little harder to get value off those RPGs when it is indoors, but hopefully those bubbles can kind of carry them with those steals. I want to see if they are going to go for the same comp. I want to see Quattro go for a last second steal. That is why heavy used to be banned, because you will literally wait for the last 10 seconds, and because they're just so tanky, they can just eat so much bullets and you just have enough time to steal. I would love to see that coming in from Quattro. At least attempt it one time, just for the pure entertainment, honestly. Might not be the best play, but I just want to see it.
Since then, we've had, like, you know, the introduction of the winch as well. Makes a huge difference. Not just to the heavy that is attacking, but also defending the point. Because, you know, you can pull that stealer or the cash out away from the defensive point, or away from a steal. So it does kind of mess with the maths a little bit on those steals. We don't see them nearly as much as we used to, but yeah, of course, double heavy does bring its own kind of challenges. I haven't gotten a clean enough look, but based on those health bars, I think we are sticking with it. Vega once again being the charge and slam heavy, while Lotus is on the hook, and in we go. First dome goes down, and the engage comes through, but only from 2/3 of Bert's. The rest stay put, and unfortunately, it does look like, well, Vega's just been brought up. We are flashbang. Chickpea and Z and Swako still all up, and in fact, down goes one of them. The fight is being brought down onto ground level right now. Defib comes out, and that is a successful fight for Bert. Didn't get to see how much. I was very confused by that fight. The long and short of it is, Bert's are all alive. Quattro Squad are all dead.
So see right there, he ended up winning his 1v1. He has a scar. So for the F car. So for the first time in this tournament, we see something different. And if you remember that 1v1, see, absolutely melted Vega. Vega didn't even stand a chance. Vega even shot Z first, but because Z was in a distance position, he was far away. He literally just got tickled. He just laughed off the damage as he completely melted Vega. And that kind of just what won them the fight there as well. So very interesting to see having his own meta, right? It's Vegas, and he said, you know what? Everyone's using models, but I know that Scar can still be, the F car can still be, has a lot of power, and he's definitely showing that out as they are going to get control of the first cash out. I'm moving kind of quickly as we have Quattro's finals are already going for maybe a sneaky steal or a bait, but they're kind of just taking the time as the elevator's just going up and down.
I think that glitch barrel caused a bit more confusion than they were hoping for. Obviously, it triggers the lift to turn on and off. Here we go. The jump pads come out. The domes both come out at the same time. Whether that was intentional or not, we're not too sure. That hook brought him forward, and he is dead now. Vega taken out as well, and it looks as though Bert's slowly rolling this towards victory. Of course, when it comes down to a war of attrition between these two sides, you only have one player on Quattro Squad with the defib to be able to outlast these kinds of fights. And, you know, they want these fights done quickly, but I'd like to say Bert's swapping onto that F-car. It's going to draw these fights out. It's going to force them into the open. And it's going to make it a really challenging situation for Quattro Squad to even find a handle on this game, if you ask me, especially when it's Sandstorm Vegas.
And look at this.
Oh,
Burst actually predicted this spot.
Whoa!
They're going to be
Look at this!
It should be a nice free win for Burst if they play this correctly. Swagger going to get the hook in as well. But he's by himself. And, oh, it's going to be Vega just like that. Just deleted. Burst are going to win that. And that is very important to note. That is just map knowledge. Bird's understanding that there's only 2 spawns in that cash out, and they took the risk. They took a prediction, and they just sat in a corner and got rewarded for it. That was just an amazing play.
It was gorgeous. It was so well played, and you know, if anything, Quattro Squad are lucky it wasn't an even quicker wipe than that against them, because they threw down some dome shields that happened to cut off lines of sights behind them that I don't even think they were aware of. So, yeah, Bert's doing some fantastic positional play there, just in the moment. You don't necessarily plan for that. That's a really nice in-the-moment tactic. Or maybe they do. Maybe they're just that ahead of the curve. So, we have the second vault tapped successfully, and Z just in his new role with this F-car peppering shots towards Vega. Vega can't do anything about it. He doesn't want to spend a dome or any resources. This zip is up, which is causing an interesting dynamic between the two sides. It's a bit of a chicken game. They decide to take the long way around, head over the archway. Yeah, they could just go towards B, to be honest, couldn't they?
It does look like they are going to go towards B, which is, you know, obviously the safer play. Why jump into 2 heavies, right, when they're already set up, when you could just go across the map and just kind of set up and see, getting a lot of value from the Scar, playing from a big distance. Notice how he's separated from his team, but he's still a part of the team fight. That's the value that an assault rifle can bring into this game, as Swako barely surviving, but he is going to be winning that, and Burst once again convincingly winning, and they're going to go back to C. They got what they wanted.
It was very nice positional play, and also Chickpea managing to get the entry frag in that on his one. It was smart. They sort of baited Quattro Squad forward and had that jump pad preset to say, as soon as we see them crest the horizon, we dive. And it was very, very good. It worked perfectly. Some very, very nice plans. Now, Quattro Squad with only one real chance here to kind of keep themselves in the game. Behind a map and behind a cash out, we're going to listen in to what they're saying.
Come with me. I guess you want to zip up and pad? Yeah, we have to. So maybe bien go. Okay, I'm gonna go, and we pad on it. Okay, if I can have one, okay, I cannot. Come with me. Go. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Come left, drop left. Come inside. We're gonna only have one try here. Cool. I bubble here first, you have to zip pad. On the right side, okay? I don't have pad. Okay, let's wait. How much time? Pad soon. 3, 2, 1, I got it. Okay, go for zip. Pad? Alright, I got fucked up by pad. Yes.
Alright, in we go with what could be the final fight, and some calm comms preceding a very hectic engagement. Lotus does find a sneaky pick, but he can't win the one! Unbelievable! And that will probably be it. Quattro Squad taking so long. As we heard over that final fight, they needed to get it right, and they just didn't. And look at that. Chickpea sending up some fireworks to celebrate. Congratulations to Bertz for, unless something ridiculous happens right now, making their way through to the quarterfinals. Or semi-finals, rather.
Exactly. Bird's going to be winning that very convincingly. And, you know, that was a very interesting comms that we heard there from Quattro. They actually were very calm, cool, and collected. They were in a situation where they understood, and we heard him say, we're only going to have one try here. Despite that, you know, they were still very, very calm into that engagement. And I'm not sure exactly what happened. I think it was Vega at the end that tried to hook in Swako there. So kind of tells me that they were, once again, kind of separated. They had the idea to put the zip line and then the jump pad right after the zip line. The problem with that is that you're kind of putting your medium to be the first one in the engagement, and the medium was one of the first people that died. And you know what? Although they had a plan, unfortunately they weren't able to execute, and you know, Birds were just able to capitalize on that.
It was a horrible situation to be put in as well, to commit to this double heavy loadout or setup and then be dealt Sandstorm on Vegas. Like, it completely flips the dynamic of the match on its head, and suddenly you're involved in all these long range open gunfights. And but they switched to that F car that we saw Z having so much effect on, and you know, conversely, they must have been laughing when it was Sandstorm and thought, wow, we've got every chance in the world now of just melting through this team. So yeah, very unfortunate for Quattro Squad there. But they go down with their heads held high. Took a very nice map to Bert on Monaco. Really came out swinging. And, you know, for a controller console team, they have to be incredibly impressed with the fact they've pushed their way all the way through to the top 8. Plenty of PC and lesser teams that they managed to get their way through to reach this point. So yeah, hats off to them, and I do hope to see them again in the future.
Oh, 100%. We need controller players to represent, man. Specifically console, because everybody knows it's not that console players are, you know, it's not like they're not as good as PC players. It's just that they don't have the specs, right? They don't have the same amount of frames, and that's just kind of what it comes down to, right?
Can't turn as fast either. You know, there's lots of little things that come in. It's just yeah, it puts yourself at a disadvantage. It's quite weird. But in a game like the finals, it's not as pronounced as in other shooters, because you do have, you know, they have the game sense, they have the strategy to back themselves up, and it's unfortunate they had to come up against such a prolific side as Bert's in this bracket. But we can look at these stats and wow, they really do speak to themselves. Look at the dominance that Bert's exerted. Quattro Squad not able to gather any kills besides the 2 that Vega got. So yeah, a proper demolition job by Bert's here on Vegas.
Yeah, Birds, they literally won every single fight that map. So obviously their stats are going to be looking nice and good. Once again, Z with that scar, 7 kills. By the way, 7 kills, that's pretty big, right? And then, you know, Shake Bean Swako also doing their job. It's amazing to see it. I do want to see in the future Vega, Mana, and Lotus to stick together, because I do think they have a lot of potential, right? I do think if the bracket would have played out differently, they might have been able to make it a day 2. So hopefully they stick together. Hopefully we see them come back. Hopefully we see them continue to compete, because you know that would be great. So although the stats don't show them doing great, I do think that they have a lot of potential, and hopefully they prove that to us in the future. Not that they haven't already.
Oh no, they absolutely have proven themselves to make it even this far. Elvin, it's been a pleasure casting with you. I don't often get to cast alongside ex-players, but, you know, giving me the insight, you know, I felt like I was learning something new every single map. Even, you know, for instance, that final or the second to last cash out, knowing there's 2 spawns for that cash out, that's really crucial. And I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense, but you know, they know that. Anyway, I'll stop gushing about you now, Elvin. It has been a pleasure to have you by my side across the pond. And yeah, that will be it from us two. However, we do still have 2 more quarterfinals on the way here on the Breakout stream. And while Rio will be taking over the mic, we also have a special guest on his way joining Rio, and he will also be here for tomorrow's semi-finals and grand finals. So stick around and see who that special guest might just be. In the meantime, I've been no, I haven't been Eri. I've just combined our names. That was going so well, Elvin. I've been Eri, and you've been gelving.
I've been doing something for sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, I've been Jared, you've been Elvin. Oh, yeah. So, do you have anything you want to say before we go? I've been yapping for ages.
Nah, I had an amazing time. You know what? I've seen Breakout just go. I used to compete in Breakout, actually. I used to be in Scallywags, so hopefully they're kind of well.
They're up soon.
Got my eye on you. So it's great to see Breakout just grow, right? I do want to once again give a big shout out to Embark. They actually are tuning in and they have supported Breakout as well, doing a nice little donut to increase that prize pool, which is amazing to see. The finals coming together as a community, specifically the devs supporting the community, which is amazing to see. As a finals competitive player, it actually brings complete joy to my heart and complete joy to the fact that I was able to cast alongside you as well. Thank you so much for having me, everybody.
Well, thank you very much, Elvin. That's just it for us. Like I said, stick around for the next 2 quarterfinals, and we'll see you after this break.
Let's go. That was so quick, like too quick.
Frank Bentley. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. 2-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, I'ma pick the reason we'll repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know love shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, a sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they got it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick
in the plot. They did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth. I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
Like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the hood. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came from one man, forget that peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the
I hear them chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear them chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch me, please use caution.
Stop it.
All right, we've had some incredible matches already today, thanks to, let's say, a little bit of a surprising factor going on there, specifically with the first match. Let's, have a quick overview. What are your thoughts on Holtol's Finest and F3?
I am very shocked, honestly, because I've seen these teams coming together through all the matches and everything, and I just expected a little more from Holtol's Finest. Not to say that they didn't perform really well, and not to take away any credit from Frog 3, but it was just kind of very shocking. And I think anybody in chat kind of feels the same way if you were watching while that match was going on. Yeah, I'm quite excited that we have Frog 3 going forward past this quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's pretty damn interesting, is the fact that when you first watched that first game, I was kind of thinking, Holtol's Finest is kind of rolling here, but then all of a sudden Frog 3 came up with this strategy. It was kind of, I called it the magician strategy, where essentially they had a bit of a bait and switch. They tagged the first cash out, they then went above the high ground to take Holtol's Finest on head-to-head in that battle. But hey, that is one of the first upsets. Second, of course, Bert's going for a nice clean 2-0 there as well. I think you would say that's pretty much expected with that performance.
Yeah, it was expected, but at the same time, I did think that Quattro Squad might have been able to get in one win in there, because they are a really well-composed team. It's just that when you get Bertz in there, who has been pretty much this powerhouse throughout the entire playoff tournament, it's just not surprising. So yeah, it's going to be a really fun matchup between Bertz and Frog 3 tomorrow, and I just can't wait.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, we're here now in the present times. Okay, so the first match we have up here, the first of two matches we have, is going to be 223 versus Grief Party as well. And I mean, get some initial thoughts on your reaction. I actually managed to get some time in to speak to some of the players, but what are your overall thoughts on 223 as a team?
223 as a team is super composed. I mean, they've played together, they're really calm. Anytime that we've listened into their comms, they seem, just like I said, composed. They don't seem to be panicking. They seem to have really well strategized plays, and it's just again a really well composed team for 223.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually spoke with the telco earlier on today as well. And one of the things that I was kind of mentioning to a telco was, well, how are your team feeling going in towards the playoffs this weekend? As they know, they already have the confidence. They know they have that kind of swagger about them where they're just so well at what th're doing. And even a telco was saying to me, he says, currently we're more than motivated to beat any team and do our best to show our high level. Telco says personally he's received some comments, some criticism as well on their ability to beat certain teams. And a lot of players underestimate us, and Telco also says, I'm very impatient to show them what the high level looks like. We train a bit, we've developed techniques to surprise our opponents, and we will see if we can use them. So obviously some nice strong words there from Telco, and hey, what a better way to test yourself against the best in the arena on the finals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of blown away that was so well thought out, and they seem like they are really kind of here for blood. So I'm all for 223. I love the enthusiasm behind them. And yeah, that's awesome that you were able to get an interview beforehand. Was there anything that they were a little kind of concerned about? You said that they're strategizing. Is there anything that they're trying to prepare for today?
Well, one of the things that we have to think about right now is the fact that someone is obviously another player who's definitely been a bit of a chaotic performance in terms of him being on the light contestant, right? I mean, you wouldn't expect it. Right now, the metas are currently heavy, heavy, medium, or medium, medium, heavy. And, then having a light thrown into that mix, playing light, medium, heavy, is definitely something that has to kind of, I guess you kind of have to be aware of and adapt to in some certain situations as well. Because I actually got into it as well with someone, and I was talking to him, and I said, well, hey, someone, how are you going to be doing individually, especially now? Because you've gone from, and if you guys are watching for context, before these games, it was a 3v3 v 3v3. Now we're being thrown into a 3v3 situation. So as a light contestant or as a light character, how are you going to change? Are you going to switch to medium? Are you going to be a light contestant? And even someone says it definitely changes the play style a bit, but it doesn't mean that I'll be switching to medium. So that means we are going to get a light contestant playing in this match. He said he's played a lot of 3v3s. He's very confident. He knows how the class works in this environment, and he is going to be focused on directing the fight. And that is massive. And look at this, what we have on the screen.
Yeah, that's so just going back to what you were saying, that's so exciting. I can't believe that we're actually going to see a committed light player throughout this entire next match. But let's get to the map veto, because the teams do kind of go back and forth and try and pick the perfect map for themselves. So we do see that 223 has banned Kyoto, and then we see that Grief Party has followed up by banning Seoul, followed up next by Monaco and 223 banning it. And finally, the last ban is done by Grief Party on Skyway Stadium. So that means that our first match is going to be on Las Vegas, picked by 223. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and again, this one, Las Vegas specifically, has a lot of those angles which can let the light definitely be shining on the team that are playing against, on the team of Grief Party. And again, obviously, I'm not just putting the spotlight only on someone here as well. Obviously, Mr. Derp and MXKX, again, two players that have just shown excellent value throughout their matches. But hey, focusing on 223, they are a core set of players. That combination that I've seen yesterday in some of the VOD reviews I was doing, Noax and Telco, that is the combination that we have to really focus on for these matches today. And I'm super excited for it. Obviously, Sam as well is in the composition with them. But that duo there alone, I think that I'm going to see is going to be something that I would probably say they would look to try and break down or look to try and manipulate. And again, we have to see how the light can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is just going to kind of throw that wrench in the plans. If they're able to play light effectively, they will completely just dominate. So I am excited to see it going in. And just so going back to the map pick, it did look like our second match will be done on Cis Horizon, and then followed up by the decider match, if we get there, to Fortune Stadium. So we will have the brand new map in play. One thing to note about those last two maps, Cis Horizon and Fortune Stadium, they both have no variations to them. So to me, it makes sense that a team would want to pick them in a competitive setting because it's a very standard map. You don't have any of the weird stuff. We are going into Vegas, which does have the option to have the Sandstorm variation, which we just saw in the last match. And it's just kind of, it changes a lot of things. It's not super impactful on your performance and what you can do because you can work around all the variations, but it's cool that that they've decided to kind of go with this format for this match, that they've picked the two that just don't have anything else. So quite excited to get into them. And yeah, so we've talked about 223. Why don't we switch and talk about Grief Party? You said you were watching the VODs from yesterday. Did anything kind of stand out to you? Because they are still, in my opinion, a great team. So yeah, any kind of highlights from your end?
I think that, again, it's just going to go back to some of the things I was even asking someone on as well, because one of the things that you have to kind of think about here is that if you're going to go with a composition which is so focused on playing a little bit out of the norm, which is something I love, that's something that I like following, and I think the difference here is the main thing that I noticed on, and you could tell the difference between having a light on the team for in some of those fights happening. And again, even I was saying yesterday or I was saying earlier today when I asked someone, I was saying, why are you going light? Like, why are you trying to be different than any of the teams? Because you could just play strategy and just play within the meta, of course, with everything that's happening. And someone kind of replied and he said, the first time he played the finals, he picked up light and he loved the class. So you can tell that with that, that's obviously light is a comfort pick for someone. And he has some other games that he did combine that with. But the overall key summary here for someone is that he grinded light. He learned from the best. He got his name out there within around that comp environment of the game that we have right now. So it's a combination of a comfort pick, but also he believes, and this is the big one, that people sleep on the true value of the class, that if it's played well, is the most impactful in the outcome of the game. Now, that's huge.
I completely agree with that statement. It's just one of those, it's a high risk, high reward kind of situation when you play light. And I do think that a lot of people sleep on it because, in myself included, I am not a good light player. I think that it is the most challenging, and I have the most frustration when I do it. But when I do play light and I have a lot of fun, I have probably the most fun because I just feel like I'm walking around in circles against everybody else. And there's just something to say about that. That's just, it's really cool. I love what he said that, it's his comfort pick. It's his favorite thing. There's something to say about that in like, you're being competitive, but at the same time, I'm having fun. I just love that. I think that that's really speaks a lot about the game that we have and the type of professional teams that we have that are building around this game. So really cool. And yeah, I can't wait to see these two teams go up against each other because it is going to be a bloodbath, in my opinion. I think that we have some really hard hitters in both teams. We have a light in both teams, I'm pretty sure. And it should be just a great matchup.
Oh. We have a light in both teams. Okay, that's interesting because the last thing I heard is that Noax was a medium player, Atelko played medium, and Sam was a heavy. So that's an interesting change.
Yeah, I might be. I might have been
no worries.
thinking this. Yeah.
That's fine, no worries. Well, let's bring it back then. So obviously 2-3 was the top of Group B. They qualified, very confidently. They breezed through Group B, you could obviously argue as well. And one thing I noticed with Atelco is he likes to organize his players to stay close to him. It's kind of like when he plays on defense, he likes to make sure that everyone is organized, especially when they dip between the sites as well, of holding the cash out position. There's only one team, obviously, that can manipulate that, get them out of their comfort zone, and that is going to be Grief Party here. We have Grief Party versus 2-2-3, MXKX, someone and messed it up on Grief Party, Sam, Atelco, and Nox on Team 2-2-3. Let us know, of course, in the chat as well on the teams you think will be successful, and we are loading into the arena. Here we go on Vegas.
Yep, we are in Vegas. I do not see any variation. It looks like it's a nice sunny day, so we are going to have kind of a nice bog standard map going in here. It does look like Vault 1 is starting to get approached by Orange Team, and it looks like Orange Team is going to be someone, so that is going to be Grief Party. So Orange is Grief Party, and Pink will be...
Yeah, they're ready to go for the defense. Yeah, that is right. And you can see here, someone now, again, this is what we're paying attention to, guys. We need to see how he differentiates here. And look at this. He is playing the Glitch Grenade. The first time he's played Glitch Grenade in the group stages right here as well, is now doing it in the playoffs now, and he's only left alone here. Already, 2 players have taken out MXKS, and that's good because that gives us enough time to do for the pointer here. So let me show you something cool, Rio. So my big thing is, okay, if he is going to be playing light, well, then he normally goes Cloak, Frag Grenade, Gateway, and Stun Gun. But this one right here, someone has actually switched it, and he's opted to go for the Glitch Grenade, and that is massive. That is what you can do to use to tear down your defenses, and especially go against players.
Well, and it's so good against the Dome Shield, and that's really one of your biggest things that you're having to deal with. And I see 2 Dome Shields right there, and just what I was talking about. The shot goes off, he's able to get that Dome Shield down, and someone is doing great work with that LH1. He's getting another shot off, gets a Telco down, and is able to steal the first vault. Looks like he's going to run his way towards B, and he has bought himself enough time, because that is a team wipe.
Exactly, and just as I said, literally it's perfect timing, right? As soon as I said about the effectiveness of the Glitch Grenade, those Dome Shields do go down, but immediately countered out by them, and probably caught 2-2-3 a little bit off guard as well, you could assume as well. Probably didn't realize that someone was going to be playing that, and now they're on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely, and now they've really got time to set up. They can set up in a nice area. We saw the C4 going down on the cash out station, and they've really just bought themselves enough time to probably bring this cash out all the way down to at least 2/3 of the way there before we even see a team push happen. We do see the zipline going off on Pink Team, and they are starting to advance. They need to make something happen. I bet they're going to blow up the roof and just try and make an entrance in that way. We do see fighting happening on the roof already happening now. One person from Orange Team is starting to push up, and Pink is just standing near an HPS.
Charging in. Yeah. Yep, RPG going in straight away there as well. All players have been splash damage down with the RPG. Atelco, the only player left alive here. What can he do in a 1v3? Not much, and that model will have its last final say. They're actually just waiting here. There we go. A little bit of BM grief maybe in there. I mean, it's the finals. At the end of the day, it happens, but there it is. Already taken out. Rio, what happened?
I don't know. They just didn't have a good push, and I think that on the opposite side, there's some great defenses set up. This is a good spot to be in for this cash out because it's just kind of isolated. You have to either blow up the roof, you can't drop it anywhere, so you can't go in below them. And it's a very kind of like, I want to say it's like a bastion, honestly, of a cash out station or of a vault. So it's just kind of a really good defensive spot. We do see that the advance is starting to happen again, and they need to make something work right now. This is their last push.
It is now or never exactly, and we can see Atelco here using the dematerializer to try and kite the players towards cash out B. It's on 75% here, and Mr. Derp from the high ground here as well. You can see MXKX as well prepared for it. They do winch it towards them though, and this will cause a bit of a problem here. Can the Kingfish get in there in time? Of course, Grenade going in. Model here, first shot's ringing out, but unfortunately no elimination just yet. And there it is, the Model takes the first shot. And there it is, of course, with the cash out B. We're already down to basically a couple of seconds left, or I would say it's a bit too late. And that game has already given them the first cash out on the board here for the Shock and Awe, which is also known as Team 221.
2-2-2-3.
Whatever it is.
That was a great steal, honestly. I didn't think that they had enough time to get in there and push, but they were able to disrupt the defenses. And if you saw, they actually made the steal happen while the fighting was still going on. So there was no team wipe. It was just kind of like, it was just utter chaos, and they took advantage of that chaotic moment, and they were able to get the steal. It did look like for a moment there that Grief Party was going to be able to bring it back. They even tried to steal it back, but in, again, the chaos of it, they just weren't able to do it. So the first point does go to 2-2-3.
Yep, exactly. And that is a little bit of a surprise there, because you could say that they were playing on the high ground. They had the defense as well. And winch clawing it in and going for the steal was probably something that they were not prepared for. And again, that's something that someone needs to pick up on here. And we'll have to see if he does change it up a little bit now. Rooftop being exposed here as well, and they will be waiting for the next fight to happen here shortly.
Yeah, we see the setup going on. Everybody's just trying to look for that one entrance, that one pick, because if you can get one player down, there's your spot, there's your chance. And everybody's just kind of taking it a little slow. We've seen the first fights happen over the last cash out, and we've seen that both teams can honestly play really aggressively. So it's no surprise that both of these teams are playing a little more conservatively going towards the next cash out.
Yeah, and really the question is here, Mr. Derp and MXKX, they're kind of wondering, they're asking themselves the question, well, where is this team hiding right now? And they know that they're going to be a little bit patient here. That is obviously a little bit of a utility usage there by someone. Keep an eye on him, and you'll see what he'll be doing here, utilizing the light. And that is the advantage he has here with the gateway in his hands. He will be able to go and grab the vault and transport it over to A.
Yeah, that just bought them so much time. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but he ran away quickly and got a good distance set up from that gateway and was able to just get that vault moved without anybody seeing or stopping or intercepting them. So that's critical. That's really something that makes a light player shine. So he's doing great right now. Mr. Derp goes down. The fighting is happening over vault cash out too. And I don't know how they're going to come back from this.
Yeah, already down to, I think, a 3v1 now as well. The second player also went down just after that here. So it's going to be in the background. I think that is MXKX, who's last alive here on a 1v3. He could coin himself here and obviously go for a simple respawn, but I think he is opting to go for... Is that a wait for the other team to coin? Yeah, he's going to wait for the other teams to coin. That's fine. Yeah, so there we go. You can see, going to have to wait a little bit of time here. Give the gift of time towards the pink team here as they're on defense.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, 2-2-3 looks really in a good spot. All they have to do is hold this for another, I don't know, minute and a half, roughly, and it is just counting down. Fighting is not even happening over the cash out at the moment. It's happening outside. They're in a big open area. Pink is getting down. Someone gets hit, and that is the damage of being a light. He goes down. Nice APS is able to eat that rocket going up. Mr. Derp is the last one alive, but he goes down as well. There's a wipe for Grief Party, and it is 2-2-3, standing strong.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a problem to solve here. You say someone has the ability to get behind enemy lines, but he got caught off a little bit too early there, and he made that a 2v3 before the fight even actually happened realistically. So I have to see what difference they'll be able to make here. Is there anything you see early on that there's a problem right now? Is it the light not being as effective or being, you know, as scary as they should be?
Yeah, I think that's it. They're really focusing on that light player because if they're able to get that in, like I said earlier, just getting that one person down is such an entry to making sure that the whole team gets wiped. So they're going to have a nice, good push, and this is probably their last push. Roof starts to go getting it starts to explode. We see the goo going off, trying to buy themselves a little bit of space. Orange team is starting to run in there, and they've got to do something right now. Dome shield's going down.
Now or never, of course. They're still also going out here for MXKX, but not being as effective just yet. The cash out has also been dropped as well. Mr. Duck driving in, but unfortunately hasn't had his say. And it's still a 3v2 here as well. Make that a 2v2. And unfortunately, I think that's now a 1v2 as someone is left alone here. And that is a massive problem here. The defib not being on the team as well is a problem, but he does get the first one here. Noax goes down. Now left here. Can get the shots through, but it is going to be the winch claw, and unfortunately, that is gone before he even had the chance.
He did get some good shots off on Sam, and Sam was this close to dying, and so it was good usage of being, you know, winched in there, but yeah, what a performance by 2-2-3. Not super surprising, but I expected a little bit more from Grief Party, honestly, from this match.
Yeah, like I said, you have to think about, you know, if you're going to trust someone to be playing, again, we keep focusing on the light, but I think it's super important because if you go back and replay some of those fights, a defib could have been huge, right? A defib could have saved that, could have brought it back into a 3v3, even adding in the mix of a healing beam there. But again, we did see the potential of how strong or good the light could be. Again, we saw at the very start of the match, of course, with the dome shield going up and the gateway grenade going in, but it just wasn't enough, and it didn't sell me the confidence that they'll be able to get a second or a first map on the board here as well. I think that 2-2-3 are obviously so good at playing together, obviously, with the lead of the telco, but nothing here that gives me the interest or confidence that I think that it could be a reverse sweep, for example. I'm not too sure what your thoughts are as well, Rio.
Yeah, I mean, if the performance continues this way, it's just not going to go well for Grief Party. Like, they need to switch it up, and honestly, you've pointed out probably their biggest flaw, and it's not having that defib. That defib is what you build your team around. The medium is there to be the heart of the team. It's meant to kind of bring everybody back to life, get everybody back to healed, and it's just kind of it's detrimental. Now, at the same time, if they are able to kind of reverse it and bring back, just be a powerhouse without a medium, they are a team that's above all the rest. So I think that there's potential.
Yeah, 100%. And it's even those small changes as well. As you can see here, someone doing very effective at the start of the game here. The RPG splash damage going out there as well. You know, these types of things here all stack up and they add towards, you know, how you can be playing as an individual. And for example, the finals, I mean, here, even just this one grenade, it's all about splash damage at the end of the day as well. If you can combine one gadget, which can deal multiple players, for example, a simple RPG, a simple grenade, or even things like that, it can just really snowball and help your team out. But here, in these situations, the individual player didn't really do much apart from just teamwork on 2-2-3, combining together. And, you know, someone can have all the skill and stuff in the world and have the aim, but you need to have the combination with your team. And as you can see there as well, the reflection of that. Look at Sam here, 7 kills for himself as well. Telco, 6 kills for him as well. And Noex just going all in, of course, with the helping and assisting for his team and providing that utility support. On the other side, someone, 4 eliminations. MXKX, 3 eliminations. Mr. Duck, 3 eliminations for himself. Again, the eliminations, you could say, don't really matter in the final, sure, but we're talking about the effectiveness here. And Sam on that heavy is really effective, and a Telco is miles more effective right now than what MXKX has been showing us. And I just really hope for a reverse here. And you know, if you're in the mind of a light right now, you know, what are you going to be thinking? You know, are you going to be thinking, oh, what did I do wrong last game, or is it thinking about the future of what you can do next?
Ah, man, if I was in this situation, I would be thinking, maybe I shouldn't be playing light, but maybe that's a little too harsh, because I would honestly be thinking just what went wrong, because in every fight that I saw, the light went down first, and that's not to be, you know, unexpected. It's just kind of, it's a shame really, because it just puts your team at such a vulnerable spot. So I might try and change it by just being a little more, I don't know, away from my team. I do see that they are playing really close together, but that does make things, like you said earlier, splash damage, where if you are playing too tight as a team, a single rocket can knock your entire team down a third, if not more. So it does kind of, I would just try and be more of a loner and just try and go out there, try and make a nice flank, try and make, you know, just room for damage for my team to make something happen.
I have so much respect as well to someone trying to play out of the ordinary as well. So what I'm really hoping for, again, I know I said that I think 2-2-3 would take this match, but I'm really hoping that someone does put on a bit more of a kind of showcase to people that light can still be effective in the finals as well. You know, especially with the statements he was saying to us as well in the interview. But on the contrary to that, we can tell that, I mean, maybe you can agree with me, 2-2-3 have done their homework, right? I mean, like I said before, I was speaking to a Telco, and he said, you know, they have actually prepared themselves, right? You know, they between scrims, you know, they said how the other players play, they know how to put them in difficulty, and they respect each other. You know, they said that they've worked on their communication, they've been working on their defense as well. You know, so it seems like in these matches here, as we head towards the next game, T23 are really damn well prepared, and Horizon is actually a testimony to preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, why do you say it's a testimony to preparation? What makes preparation so needed?
Because Horizon gives you so many situations where you can manipulate the cash out box to be on the low ground, right? And if that's in a situation like that, you have to work together as a team to retake it, especially if teams are playing from the high ground. It's one of those maps where you can hold from 3 stories high and still have a clear sight of the cash out, so that's also massive too.
Good thought process. Anyway, we see someone back on that LH1. He's doing some good damage so far. He is staying a little bit further away from his team, so maybe he did change his strategy up a little bit. MXKX goes down, but someone is trying to run away. He does use that invis to his advantage. Nice kill on a Telco. Are they able to get this? I think this is down to their last player, and that is a team wipe. Most of that was done by someone, so he might be here. He is waking up. I think that we might see some really good light plays going off of this, because he seems like a different player already.
Yep, there it is. And again, you know, we did see the effectiveness last map of someone, but it was only the gadget-wise. Now we're finally seeing the effectiveness in terms of the weapon as well. The LH1 being such a strong weapon as well for the light contestant, especially if you are, as an individual, good at being able to, you know, utilize the damage to his potential. Because we have to also remember as well, he has to respect his health, and his 150 is 100 less than mediums.
Yeah, and that's really big. I mean, that means that if you take a single rocket right on, you'll be down to 25 health. And that means that it is just critical. So he needs to make himself a little bit away from his team to avoid kind of that splash damage we were talking about before this match got started. Oh, he's in a great position. Look at this. He's set up on some goo above the whole cash out. So it's going to make the enemy team have to come in, and they're going to have to either not see him or look at this goo and bring it down before they get just utterly, I don't know, stabbed in the back, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And he also has the cloak specialization as well. So it means that he can actually go into different areas where they might expect, especially with the goo grenade. It's going to cause a bit of a problem here. They are dropping the cash out, though. They have dropped it once, but it did land on the bookshelves there. And again, it has gone down again. Here is MXKX, so driving in with the model here. Winchclaw going out. No players have been eliminated yet until now, where 2 of MXKX's teammates have been decimated. Fast model shotgun, though, going in. Left it down to a 2v1, but that defibrillator will be going up here to probably bring it back to a 3v1 here, or it looks like a full res instead. And you can see very nice play here again from 223.
Yeah, they are really just kind of showing their dominance here, and it's making MXKX just kind of have to hide. This is a really kind of an interesting setup. It does look like the steal is going off, and they were able to get it just perfectly. Mr. Derp on the staircase trying to set up, and it looks like they might try and demat it down. No, they're setting up below it, which is a good strategy because it means that the enemy team has to come in there and disrupt them from a layer below, or they are risking themselves being dematted just like that. Having a drop, it does fall on the bookshelf again. Kind of makes it inconvenient. Orange bubble goes down. You see a lot of fighting happening over. Noah's trying to get a good positioning going on. Looks like their team is very low, all down to Noah. He's got to run. He's getting that res off, but he does die in the process.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. Actually, 2 players on the other team are quite low. The defib has also been traded out, so I think it is right now a 2v2. The cash out is also being stolen as well, so keep your eyes on that one. If it does get stolen in time, that would be massive, and they do get that as well. Huge play there to bring it back in line, and Atelco and Sam have a massive problem right here. The model also going out, but not being as effective, and that is going to be a point on the board here. The first $10,000 for this second map, straight back in the hands here of Grief Party.
Yeah, and that's their first cash out, so they are showing up a lot more than they did in this last map. So I'm proud of them. I'm glad that they're able to get it, and I think that this map might even go their way. But we're going to have to see. Yeah. Fighting is starting to happen, or they're starting to get close to Vault 2. Both teams seem like they're going to be approaching roughly at the same time.
They might respect it. You can see them in the background there. They're kind of weighing. I wanted to quickly add in there as well. The high ground advantage here for the finals is actually something that goes unnoticed. I mean, even with games today that we saw, for example, with Frog Free, they managed to understand how to play against the high ground here of Holthol's finest. And in this situation here, you can see right now, Grief Party have the high ground here against 223, and that can be very advantageous.
And it does look like we're going to take a minute and listen in to 223 as they get this next vault set up.
Vous suivez, bah oui, bah je... Allez, solo, sur moi. On a pas mort. J'ai mort. Mid-life encore, mid-life. Rush-le. Encore, en bas. Fume-le. Mort. Il reste plus que le dernier là. Non, on va se. Ouais. On les a bien topo, on a bien anticipé le truc, c'était parfait là.
On grappe pas le point XT pour l'instant.
Peut-être
démat
pas...
en dessous, comme ça l'endroit il est mieux pour nous.
Ouais, je suis d'accord. Je les laisse ouverts comme ça pour le moment.
And that was a minute with 223, and honestly, you could hear just the chaos that happened when that team fight started going on. And, you know, the amount of communication, yeah, they were speaking a different language, I didn't understand them, but at the same time, I could feel what they were trying to say, you know?
Oh, 100%. And that's the thing with the finals is that I really love it when teams, it's kind of like an NA method as well. In North America, you kind of sometimes hear those teams that have very high intensity communications and stuff like that. And it's nice to see them having it here. You can tell they're into it and they're playing as a synergy. And right now we have MXKX here and Co leading towards Cash Out C.
Yeah, I believe that they're going to try and drop this because that's their best move right here, but they are going to drop it, and immediately the enemy team will be right there. So there is the drop. I'm not sure if they blew it up. I think they did blow it up instead of dematting. So there's a giant hole in the ceiling, and they're just getting shot at from it. So they're having to back up from the steel because it's just not working out for them at this moment. Orange needs to kind of get in there. They're going up the stairs so that they can go now downward against them. Honestly, that's a great move. Buys them a little bit of space and maybe the high ground advantage that we were just talking about.
Oh, someone here going down to 4 HP as well. That is a massive problem. And MXKX here will have to ask him to back off. They did manage to get him back up on his feet. Mr. Derp here going out with a charge and slam. There it is. The first elimination goes down. That's a Telco who falls. And this could now be finally the Stormroller here. The second point on the map here for these players on Grief Party, and that is something that they want to see here. Just a slight defensive play they'll have to do here as a cash out edges towards 75%, and we might now get this back to a 1-1, Rio.
I'm almost certain of it. I mean, this is 75% of the way cashed out. We see that the 2-2-3 just spawned in. They've got to make it all the way over there. If anything, they're going to have to dive on there, and you can actually see the Grief Party is set up directly on the cash out, so they are ready for a dive. They are ready to fight over the point, and they just have to buy themselves, what, 10 seconds at this point? So yeah, this is definitely going to go into a one-on-one, or a one-win versus a one-win, and I love that we're going to bring this down to Fortune Stadium. Here's the push, and yeah, it was all for nothing because they just didn't even make it there.
That is right, quarterfinals right here, intense action, of course. 2-2-3, again, they took the first map here, but Grief Party will take the second, and that means that we will be going to a third here on 1-1, and that is something that's quite surprising to me. As we said before, we needed that light to step up. We needed that light to prove themselves. Again, there's probably a lot of criticism going in. You can probably imagine that people were talking about how a silly decision it would have been to play light, especially after the first map, but someone stepped up and proved himself.
Absolutely stepped up. We saw several times that he got more than one kill. We saw him dashing around, going in viz, getting in real spots that were just kind of cheeky, to say the least, and really helped his team. Because that's what a light player can do. They can just create that first round of impact or the cleanup where they're able to just sweep everybody at the end after your team has done so much damage. So great performance. I love that both teams have now won a match because this is what we're here to see. Both of these teams are here for a reason. They've been fighting for months to get here, and there's a reason that we have these top-tier teams playing today. And you know what? I'm glad that Grief Party was able to step up. I think that they have absolutely earned the right to be here, and I will not be surprised if they end up taking this in this next match on Fortune Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, even just the end fight there, as you saw, it's just Atelco kind of got disconnected from his team, and that's not what I saw. That's not the Atelco that I've known, especially when I was VOD reviewing a couple of their matches yesterday. Atelco likes to be stuck with his team, and it was kind of very interesting to see that he got kind of kited out, he got pulled out, because they were in the room at the very end, and they were pretty much set up. They had the defensive ability to go on. He got kited out here, but look at this. I mean, this player right now, someone going in with the LH1, and as you said at the very start of the game, he was dishing out the damage, taking out Sam here like butter, but unfortunately, it really is surprising how they didn't have this momentum in the first match, because you would say, looking at this match right here, you would say, well, okay, it's pretty obvious here. It looks like Grief Party are a pretty damn solid team. But when you combine this all together and you think about the finals as a team game, Atelco's team really got, I would say, in the UK, we like to say flabbergasted.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah. And honestly, it just makes it where it's anybody's game at this point. And I love that. Both teams have stepped up. Oh my god. Look at that. That was utter chaos just with that shotgun. And looking at the kill spread here, we do see that Grief Party was stepped up. Look at someone with 9 kills. He has a 5.2 KDA. He was even able to get a res off there at some point because he's a light player. Just really impressive. And on the opposite side of that, we see 2-2-3 had a really balanced team. They were able to get a lot of kills, a lot of assists together, and their KDAs stay close. We see that Noah X was able to get a lot of reses off, but at the same time, it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and again, if we just have a quick second here to look at the scoreboard and we compare that to what happened last game, that was Atelco and Sam. They were the players that had the most eliminations between them because they basically were what I like to call the grinder, right? As soon as you step in towards these, that's what I actually would probably analyze as 2-2-3, the team name for them is the grinder, right? As soon as you enter towards the room, the winch claw going out there as well, for example, obviously being effective. But the thing is when you have a disruption ability, when you have someone that can hop in and either have fast movement, catch you off guard, have utility to disable you, to CC, it's someone is the player to do it, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. And we've now gotten ourselves into a situation where we're at 1-1 and the decision is made. I mean, are you a believer? Do you think this is a reverse sweep, or are you still on the side of Team Korea?
You know, I am going to actually root for Grief Party because they showed why they were here, why they're here. That last match was great. Someone stepped up and just showed the dominance that they can have. And yeah, I want to root for Grief Party. 2-2-3 is probably the more preferred team here, but at the same time, we have seen some crazy matches today where the preferred team is who ends up getting it. So, you know, let's make it happen one more time. Why not? I think that they can do it.
There's definitely been a lot of upsets. Would you say that this is down to because we're in a 3v3 situation, or would you actually say instead that this is because, you know, it's just some teams are losing their confidence as we get towards the later stages of the tournament? Nerves might kick in as well if that's still a thing for those players. You know, is it that, or is it a game mode thing, or is it an individual thing? What do you think?
Ooh, I want to say that it's not nerves. We've definitely heard these teams, and they seem to be playing well, especially during the listen-ins. They seem to be composed. They don't seem to be like, what's happening? So I think that it's more just kind of personal performance. Maybe somebody didn't get enough good sleep. I don't know. It could be anything. And it just kind of, I don't know. We're going to have to see, because we are going to go into Fortune Stadium. Probably one of my favorite maps. It's the newest map in the game, but it does have a lot of really high ground structures. Each zone is set up to be one tier higher than the next, so you see a lot of plays that involve a lot of verticality that you don't normally see in some of these other maps.
That is right. It is the quarterfinals here. The last map here. 2-2-3 versus the team who is surprising them right now. It is Grief Party, and in the vision we have right now is someone here with the LH1 on the high ground. They have managed to tag the first vault as well, and playing a little bit patient here. We can see on the other side, 2-2-3 looking like they want to head towards B as they have split up there. Sam is on his own.
Yeah, it's hard to see what's going on, but it does look like a lot of fighting is happening over this first vault. We do see the Glitch Grenade going off. It did bring down both of those dome shields. A lot of fighting is up. Mr. Derp is the last one, but he does get wiped. So it is going to be a team wipe for his team, and Noah is getting a res on Sam. Looks like they're going to take Vault 1 over to B, which is a good position. It's really one of the more kind of guarded areas, but it does provide a lot of opportunities to drop the cash out down. So I don't think that they're going to get set up on this top layer. I think that they're immediately going to set up their defenses at least one floor lower, if not further than that.
Are you calling to play high ground here or low ground?
I'm saying low ground for sure. Don't stay up high. It's just such a spot to be dropped. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a professional player, and it does look like they're going to take it right up here on top. They're going to bring the fight right there. So it does look like the advance is starting to happen from Orange Team as they get closer. But again, this is taking quite a lot of time. By the time that they get there, it's going to be almost halfway done.
Yeah, but look at this, though. Someone, the Invis, going in here, and I think he just got caught out, so there's a bit of a timing thing. He used a gateway grenade to bring his teammates towards him as well, so that's quite a nice little strategy there to bring them forward, and I think 2-2-3 have recognized that as well. That cash out, as you said, roughly just over towards the nearly like, what, 45% mark as well, so it's getting towards 50%, and again, now the Orange team here are driving in. Can they solve the puzzle here to take down the Telco's team, who are known for defense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm, again, surprised at this defense, and they are going to try and pull it off. You see that the fighting's starting to happen. Mr. Derp takes a lot of damage. He's trying to use that shotgun. Someone down to 1 health. MXKX goes down. His team is not looking good. Orange really needs to pick this up. Mr. Derp has to do something, but he instead gets wiped. So that is not the play you wanted to see. They pushed into a literal bastion. That was such a good, strong setup. I don't know why they didn't decide to drop it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well is that you have to obviously understand that RPG that they used, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mr. Derp here. He used the RPG in 2-2-2-3, and he actually did manage to get them tagged down to quite low HP, so I think they wanted to capitalize off of that. But we have one more final push here, potentially. The cash out's already so late here, but it is the hopes and dreams of these players to get something magical to happen here. The players on the other team are on the low ground here, and they're about to get seen by Mr. Derp. He does do the winch claw in as well, but the APS is being effective against them, and that cash out B here will be able to be ticked, and it should be in the hands of 2-2-3.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty desperate push, and they just needed to make something happen. It was pretty expected that it would go that way, but you got to be hopeful that they can get, I don't know, one pick off of that. But I don't even think I
have
saw
something cool to show you.
Yeah.
Do you know what's cool? So I think, if I'm not mistaken, people can correct me if I'm wrong here, they switched to APS, and if I'm not mistaken, it was actually Noax who, instead of going frag grenade, has swapped over, and he's using the APS now as well. I don't know if it was a Noax or if it was a Telco who called that. Now, I'm not sure if that was already done before in the matches previously. I think that might be so, because if you're in a 3v3, you don't need some certain utility. But that APS is going to be massive to counter the utility from someone.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, the APS is a little tiny turret that you can set up that basically destroys all incoming grenades, RPGs, and any projectile that's coming towards you. It doesn't get rid of bullets, but it is really effective for throwing it down and just having a nice area where your entire team can be safe for about 4 shots. I believe it's 4, right? You can take 4 grenades.
Yeah, roughly about. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is some things you can do, like with the gateway, to like manipulate it, and you can have unlimited ammo and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's the that's what I like about a lot about the finals, and I wish that it was kind of more grown upon. Is like I call it the tree theory, where you have one gadget in the game that gives you the ability to do multiple things with it, and that's what I kind of saw initially, right? Because the gateway, you could throw in grenades to the portal, right? Yep. And then you could think, okay, well, what could you do with that? Could you throw in an APS to the portal, or do some really wild, wacky things? But unfortunately, it hasn't been the case. But in the future, it could very well be. Look at this though, 223 currently confidently holding the vault right here.
Yeah, I don't really know what they're doing. They're just kind of set up. They're waiting. Both teams are playing just kind of a standoff at the moment. And I think that we're really trying to wait on someone to get in there. He tried to go invis, but immediately gets shot. We do see the fighting starting to happen all over this vault, too. He throws the gateway, followed up by a glitch grenade, but it doesn't look like it's going to hit anything. Everybody's going to set up inside this building right next to him.
Yeah, exactly here. And we can see, again, they are kind of playing the cheeky game right here as well, because technically you could just, be a bit aggressive and just throw the cash out in, away, give them the respect, and then play on defense to retake it. But it looks like these players here are going to opt to meet the might here of someone's bullets with the LH1.
Yeah, those were great shots. They were in such a bad position, and he did just kind of drain them down. He did get RPG'd, so he's down to 72 HP. Look at that. The LH1 is doing damage. He is not able to complete those shots. He does go down. Now we see Mr. Jerb trying to stay alive. A lot of shots going off. It does look like Purple Team is staying up, but it does look like, unfortunately, Grief Party does get wiped in that. So the vault fight does go to 223.
Yeah, and there it is. That gives the breathing room here for 223 to actually proceed to take the vault over towards the cash-out station. Now it's going to be A or C is the decision to be made here. And again, you kind of have to, in that last fight, you have to put the responsibility on again, we keep speaking about it, but it's the kind of combination between, like, the light, for example, right? Again, he did do very well with the initial damage, but he's not respecting his health right now, and I'm not too sure if that's because, he's not able to find positions in this map on Fortune Stadium to get out of the damage. Typically, if you was a light, you would show yourself, deal damage, and run and hide, regen your health. But again, it's now or never here, and this cash out has been activated. We've gone down to the final map 3, and they're now approaching.
Yeah, and hopefully they can get this pulled off. I think the Grief Party really needs to make something happen. They can do it. They can make this push. And if they're able to get this steal, we will go down to the last cash out of the game to bring this all tied up, basically. So let's see what they can do. They are set up on top. I think that they're going to try and use a red barrel, and blow up below. No, it does look like they're going on the stairs. So we're going to have a direct confrontation going off right here. Maybe they're going to... Oh, they dematted... Oh, God, it's actually 223 decided to demat and push into them. They're going to take the offensive route right now. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. MXKX taking some good shots off. Can he bring him down? Not too sure just yet. A lot of heals going off. Good teamwork from Orange Team, and they were able to get a wipe. So it does look like this cash out, if they're able to hold it, might go the way of Grief Party.
Yeah, very nice. And you have to give the respect there as well to Mr. Derp and MXKX there. A little bit of a combination they did together, of course. Have to obviously respect as well. MXKX using the healing beam as well to obviously provide it. But it wasn't necessarily needed. Mr. Derp here, very well played. He stuck his nerves, even against some of the things that are a little bit interesting. Michael, a little bit with even some of the things that are a bit interesting with the dematerializer, trying to catch them off guard. But there it is. And we have now, hopefully, one final chance here.
And we're going to take a minute here and listen in on Grief Party as they make this last push.
They have no RPS on point. No RPS on point right now. They're dropping down together.
Dropping.
On the left, Derp.
Glitch.
I got back. Nice. Play time here.
One more.
Last one, just kill him. He's lost. Nice.
Go.
Alright, go vault,
Game.
Fuck my body. Yeah, we win.
Yeah, it's got to be spawns. That's fine. Push it.
I think they need a barrel to do the APS tech.
Okay, I mean, I gotta say this. I think your mic's a little bit kind of there, but I gotta say this very quickly. Someone absolutely massive going in there initially with the gateway grenade. The glitch grenade as well. Again, this is what I said before. That's the differential. Your mic, you need to probably mute yourself. Yeah. All right. There, might is. Yeah, sorry, that was the differential there. Again, going in first of all with that glitch grenade is so huge, and then being able to fix it off there with the LH1, and there it is.
Yeah, honestly, some great plays, great performance, and like I predicted, it is coming down to the very last cash out for this match. Can Grief Party do it? I'm hoping that they can. So we see Vault 3 is fight is happening over. It doesn't look like anybody's tapped it just yet, so Orange Team is getting set up in that area, but a lot of fighting is happening from a Telco, just trying to get in a nice setup from the APS. And we see that Mr. Derp, their whole team is just kind of set up on layer 2 of section 4. And I'm not sure what's happening right now, because it does seem like they're just starting to push in. And a lot of fighting is happening, and Telco is getting some great shots off with that model. Look at that.
Yep, Telco here chipping these players down as well. That Vault Free does also drop here, but this model being effective at Telco could be the player to come alive here. Takes out Mr. Derp here down to a 3v2 as well. And again, he could continue this one, but his teammates managed to make the players fall below the feet. Coins flying everywhere here. And it looks like right now 2-2-3 are the team to be successful with it. The wipe has happened, and it is going to now be from something of the models. Grief Party falling out. They have to coin back in, and 8 seconds left here. And it is come down to the absolute wire. Cash out has been started, and your eyes should not fall away here from this cash out C, as it's the final one here to say which team goes through to the next round.
Yeah, and 2-2-3 is in a great position because they're set up defensively. They've got all the time in the world. By the time that Grief Party gets in here, the cash out will be down at least 75%. So it just means that they have 1, maybe 2 good pushes in here. And I think that with the staying power that 2-2-3 has of their defensive side, I think that they have this. I don't know what Grief Party's going to do to kind of get on the winning side.
Yeah. Imagine all these months and months of playing, resting down to this final moment potentially for these players. As you said, maybe 1 or 2 pushes here. Pressure is on them. The eyes are watching. And in the finals, especially in one of the first community tournaments, thanks to Breakout here, these players could be going home before they even thought that they will be continuing to rise this one in the rest of the tournament here. Cash out on 50%. Mr. Derp here above with MXKX. Someone has to find out the position of these players. From below is a Telco here. He's going to try and drop the cash out at the right time. Does just that here. And again, it might just be Mr. Derp here. He has to find the splash damage with the RPG as we spoke about earlier. And there it is. He now charges in with the SA-12 shotgun. Gets taken down.
It's all on MXKX right now, and he does get wiped, so that's going to be pretty much it. I don't see the Grief Party being able to spawn back in, make a dive, and get this steal. Weirder things have happened, but with the amount of time left, I just don't see it. I'm pretty sure that 2-2-3 just won it in that last fight right there.
1 second left and 75%, and I think just by the spawn there as well, I do agree with you. It might be all it is called for. Again, this would have to be magical here for these players, especially to create some movement here to go fast. Mr. Derp, someone, MXKX here off the back line. Gateway going in. One final chance potentially. Mr. Derp driving towards cash out C, but it has been dropped down below, and it might just be 2-2-3 to play their minds and their cards correctly and use the brains here of using the dematerializer to drop the cash out down, and the hopes, dreams here of Grief Party unfortunately causes them to be knocked out of this tournament. Telco, Nox, and Sam qualify through in towards the next round.
Wow, what a performance, honestly. And you could see the moment when they dematted that down. You could see that Grief Party just, their hearts sunk because they couldn't do anything. They just stopped moving, and they were like, that's it, that's it. Great demat, and I love seeing plays like that because it just, it's smart plays, and just, wow, what a great match.
Yeah, you have to give it to these players, especially on Grief Party as well. They've given us an excellent performance. And again, if you want to have a breakdown, if you guys are tuning in last minute as well, we had Grief versus 2-2-3. The first map was on Vegas. 2-2-3 took it as a clean 2-0, which meant that Grief wasn't able to take the cash out successfully. Then we switched it up. We switched it up on the other side. On the map for Horizon, we had Grief as the players who actually able to have 2 successful cash outs taken against the 0 of 2-2-3, and the final map going down to the wire here. A 2-1 with the advantage of 2-2-3. And again, we have to just say really an excellent performance put in for these players, and we have to give props to Grief Party as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Grief Party had amazing plays. They were able to kind of bring themselves back into this. The fact that we made it to 3 maps shows that both of these teams had really skilled, talented players on them, and it just barely got inched out by 2-2-3 right at the end. But it does mean that 2-2-3 will advance, and I think that they have rightfully earned that advance, actually.
Yeah, exactly, and again, it's just it's unfortunate, of course, as well, because I do think that someone did make that statement, and I think that that statement was made clear. But again, I don't just want to only highlight someone here as well. He did have his own struggles, of course, in this match, but overall he played excellently. But the team here, combining with the Telco, as I said before, they have that synergy, and it's super obvious here when you watch them play together. You see how they use their gadgets together as well. It really shows how beautiful it can be in the finals when you have a team that knows when to play with their strengths. And specifically as well, you have to give props as well in the known for 2-2-3 to actually close out the matches here and keep their calm.
Yeah, and keeping your calm. Even when we had to listen in, they seemed excited.
Yeah.
They seemed really just kind of, calm. I think that's a great way of putting it. Oh man, look at that. Someone is an amazing player, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, look at that shot, the positioning, everything about that was just impressive. It just wasn't enough to get them over the finish line, basically.
Exactly.
You can maybe attribute that to like the team just couldn't, work around him, or honestly, I think it was just 2-2-3 is just such a tough competitor overall.
Yeah, and look at this as well. A Telco here, 12 eliminations for his name. Again, you could say actually combining the eliminations entirely of Grief Party there as well. So, again, it just shows you when you have a team that can enable you to do well in these situations, and of course a strong weapon, then of course, you are going to be very effective. And again, we saw how this plays off as well. Sam now also coming live with as well, 7 kills to himself as well. Again, Noah, and this is what I really respect as well for players. We have to give some focus here on Noax as well. This player individually, yeah, sure, he hasn't got the kills there to his name, but the finals is not about that. It's about the synergy and teamwork as well. This player managing to give the ability for what he has for his gadgets, for example, to provide and set up a Telco and Sam to do what they do best, also respect them as well. On the other side for Grief Party, MXKX, unfortunately, not having the game that he probably would wanted, missed it up, the same thing there as well. And again, you see someone here, he actually played very well. He did his job as a light. Again, that's to deal damage and be a distraction, be a menace, be a pain for the other team. And, I mean, you could agree. I mean, if you was on 2-2-3 side, someone was a pain.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the pain, basically. Because as soon as there was a team fight, it seemed like either he was the target or he was the one that just was destroying them. So, yeah, he definitely was the pain in their side. I do want to point out, though, going back on Noah, he has 15 assists. So he was always there dealing damage for his team. And when you see numbers like that, okay, yeah, they didn't get the kills, but it does mean that they work together as a team. They all targeted the same person. They all made sure that their fighting was like right on point. And I think that that's just important to point out because, yeah, it's not all about kills. It is about being a team-based game. And, I love that. I loved the last matches. I think that they were really two good teams that came up against each other. And, yeah, 2-2-3 got the victory.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it all boils down to how you can be as a team. Again, I said during the match, something that I've seen before is the combination between Noax and Atelco as well. I think Sam has also been with them for a long time, but just off of the back of my mind of what I'd seen, again, I remember that they were such a good duo combination together. So it's also nice to see how Sam fits into that role and playing that combination with them to make up the team of 2-2-3. And I think that's actually given me some confidence for them in towards the future of the matches too. Because now we have to think, okay, well, why did 2-2-3 struggle against them in that second match? How were they not even able to take the second cash out and secure one for them? Because again, they lost 2-0 on the map of Horizon there as well. Well, I think that it comes down to the fact that if you play as a team and you set yourself up as a squad and you have calls before the game, you have strategies that you might do, as soon as you play outside of that realm, and you do things like, for example, we saw a Telco sometimes having a weakness there. He played away from his team. And if you do that and you split up, especially in the finals, and people capitalize on that, you're in trouble. So I think that's going to be a focus here that 2-2-3 would have to improve on. A Telco probably needs to either do two things. This is what I would do. I would say, either you, first of all, get your team to make sure that they are confident and they commit with you, because there's nothing wrong with a Telco going aggressive, right? Me and you can sit here and agree. There's nothing wrong with him trying to close down an angle, but he has to have the trust of his teammates to do so. And that's also a big problem here too. On the other side of it, his teammates might say to him, well, a Telco, you're playing a bit too aggressive here. Like, maybe you should actually calm down and sit back. We've got this. We are a defensive team. And a big differential, which I didn't actually mention during this match, is something I noticed, and I actually asked Atelko about, was Sam actually prefers to play Barricade on Heavy as well. And that was very different, because when I was going through all the matches on what utilities Heavies would use, he was the only Heavy in the group stage to use the Barricade instead. So that sets a statement for you that this team are more focused on playing defensively in these matches too, and that's why I think they had the differential against Grief Party.
Yeah, no, I think your analysis is spot on, because every time that Grief Party had to push into their defenses, the 2-2-3 team just didn't let up. They either stayed on one spot, or they stayed right below it or right above it, and honestly, it was just a hard push every time. So yeah, really defensive team there, and I think that it definitely helped contribute to their win. So
yeah, exactly. And that's pretty much it, guys. So thank you guys so much for being here so far. Do not go anywhere, though. We do have one final match, action-packed for the finals action, of course, coming up. And we have a very interesting match here. It is going to be Scallywags versus Ape Squad. And, of course, if you are fans of those players, stick around, because I'm sure they're going to give you a damn good show.
Frank Bailey. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail taking up my head as a CC. I can't fail, I'm gonna get the reason with repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out. They can never count me out, I know. I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. Make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love, shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thinking the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decency. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Whoa. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
Like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the head out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came from one man, forget that peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the head.
I hear them chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear them chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch now, please use caution.
Stop that.
chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the boys, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch, man, please use caution, 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 caution,
Stop it.
Oh, my audio is bad. Hey, that's production issue. My bad. That's my fault. Sorry. No, we're welcome back again. Breakout Esports Worlds 2024. We've had some incredible matches today, being joined here with Rio as well. More specifically, the last game we had was an interesting feat here. We had Grief Party versus 223. 223 were the ones to be able to take the victory. And now we head towards Scallywags versus Ape Squad. Any initial thoughts?
Ooh, a lot of initial thoughts, honestly, from both of these teams. I've seen both of these teams compete several times, and honestly, probably some of the most exciting matches of today are going to happen between these two teams. We've got, on the Scallywag side, we've got Gremlin, Wally, and Salvo, and on Ape Squad, we've got Sonsoyo and Spoons and Rippy. And honestly, both of these teams just, I can't get over how truly, like, composed these teams are, how powerful they are. And some of the best players that you will see in the game are on these two teams right here.
Yeah, and is there anything in particular that you kind of see? Because obviously we can get into how impactful Gremlin is for Team Scallywags as well. But what about Ape Squad? Is there anything that you kind of see that they do in particular that stands out from other people?
Yeah, they definitely play really well together. They play, I've compared them a lot to like a bunch of grapes. Like they seem to be bunched up really well together. They play around an APS, and I just think that they're probably one of the tightest teams that I've seen. So they've got that going for them going forward into this next match.
And on the team of Scallywags, then I actually managed to get some time in to do a quick interview through Wallio, and a lot of the questions were basically around, obviously we're now seeing the return of, are we going to be seeing the return of Salio? Because, Salvo, my bad, because previously in the last match there was a stand-in, it was STN2K who was playing for Scallywags. How does that affect you guys as a team? And Wally says, it doesn't affect by the switch up. There's no problem with it. Salvin, Gremlin, and myself have been practicing together since Splits 2. They're glad they had a sub since Salvo wasn't able to participate last week, and STM was a great fill and had great energy as well. Super awesome to see for them. And the second point was as well that I was speaking of South with Wally was that now that we've headed into a 3v3 instead, does that favor you all as a team versus the third-party meta? And we'll get into that in just a second as well, but we do have the map selection loaded up here as well. And Rio, would you like to explain to us what's going on?
Love to go through this. So we do see right off the bat that Kyoto is banned. It's really not a surprise. Just really quickly, it's a very big map and it can be a little harder to play around. So it's no surprise that that's banned pretty much first off by everybody. And that was banned by the Scallywags. Moving forward, we have Ape Squad that bans Seoul. Another map that can be really kind of hard and has a few cash outs that make it just a little more challenging and easier on the defensive side. So no surprise that's banned as well. Monaco, probably my favorite map, which is banned. So that one's going to be banned by Scallywags. And finally, we move to Skyway Stadium, and that is banned by Ape Squad. So we are going to get started on Cis Horizon, and that's picked by the Scallywags. Next up will be Fortune Stadium. So that's picked by Ape Squad. And then finally, Las Vegas. So we're basically getting a repeat of what we saw in the last setup, just a little bit of a different order.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we'll go back to, of course, the question I asked, and I'm not going to give you the answer just yet. I actually might give that a little bit later on today, just to see if you can pick it apart. But in terms of yourself, when you think about yourself as a team, right? You would go from 3v3 situations from a 3v3v3. Do you think maps or map picks matter to you that much, or do you think how much of the game changes for you when you switch it up for these two different types of game modes, going in for quick cash versus cash out?
Well, first off, it's just the amount of chaos that's there. So there's automatically less chaos. You don't have a lot of third teaming happening. So going forward, it's just a lot more streamlined combat between two teams, and I think that that's kind of where your team can shine in between, because you're not worrying about somebody else coming in from another team getting shots off on you while you're trying to make something happen. And I think that is where, other teams can really just shine in what they do. Players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you raised the point there, which is chaos. So we'll have to see, obviously, how much chaos does happen in towards this game as well, which will be ready to go shortly. But no, that's exactly the same thing as I was saying, because the chaos is toned down a bit. But is it going to be toned down enough here for the players to manage it here? We do have, of course, Scallywags versus Ape Squad, and that is live for you right here, right now in the finals the finals of Breakout Esports, and we are ready to go on. Is it Horizon? Yes, it's Horizon.
This is Horizon. Yep, it does look like we're getting started there. It does look like it's in the night variation, so pretty fun little map to see at nighttime, and it does look like, I'm trying to see what team is in orange. It does look like Wally, so that would be the Scallywags are in orange, and in pink will be Ape Squad. So keep your eyes peeled if you have a favorite team of these two. I think that this is a great map for both teams to kind of show what they have. And we see that the Scallywags are all set up in their nice little pirate gear on top of that roof. Right now, a lot of damage is just happening, just trying to get that chip damage to go away at them. A lot of nades going off. This is kind of an inconsequential fight, honestly. They're just kind of trying to show each other up, maybe get a feel for what's going to happen next.
Yeah, exactly. And the long-range fight happening right here, which is actually quite funny, because the way the meta has gone right now is that you would have the models playing close range, and the finals is all about close quarters here. So it's actually nice to see a bit of long-range combat for once in the finals. I would like that to be brought back. And the problem is here is that these players shooting the rifle, with the range and effectiveness, they're not going to be doing much damage. And you can see Salvo's hardly been tagged here. It's a little bit of a bandage needed to be replaced here for Salvo. That's it. No proper effectiveness from the rifles causes these players here to have confidence and move over with the Vault right now.
Yeah, and it does look like they're going to get set up on B. So Scallywags are going to have the first Vault entered in there and get it started on B. Yep, they do have in control of that. No real contestant right now, like you're saying, a lot of long-range fighting happening. You do see the first fight starting to happen, and Salvo is running away. They are still using shotguns, so they're not at a great distance. he switches over to healing his team, and they are just going to make a run for it. They're going to try and get in there, and we're going to see the fight happen immediately as soon as this cash out goes out. One of them goes down, and we see the advance from Spoons. Sonyoso trying to get that grapple off, and he just did not get it in time. He's being healed by Rippy, but Rippy is down to just 10 health himself, so he needs to do something a little bit better than what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Dog walking, as you can kind of call it there, as Salvo was just a bit too far away from the person holding the leash there, especially in the finals. But hey, they're back down to a 3v3 though, and they have managed to get themselves recomposed, and the other one's on the defense right here as well. So we have to see now as the cash out has gone over to 25% here. Salvo being tagged down once again. He's being bullied right now by the team, and Gremlin here will also have to wait just a second for the healing beam to be effective too. So again, just a repositioning and being patient here.
Yeah, and they are positioned pretty far away from it. I don't know the strategy behind this because it's just buying more time for them to have to push in there if they are getting pushed. But it does look like Ape Squad is running away and running towards to get that fight going off. And there it is. They found them, and they are starting to push in towards them. We see that the Scallywags hopped in, and they were able to demat through a tiny little area. Dome Shield goes down. Spoons is trying to get some great shots off with the F-Car. Oh no, somebody got winch clawed and pulled right out of position. And it does look like Sonyoso went down with that. Rippy at just a quarter health. Spoons is now the last person alive. He's having to run away. It does look like this is going to be going the way of the Scallywags in this first fight. Oh, but look at that.
Oh.
Rez goes off, and it's down to just Wally.
Again, Salvo here. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pick out players individually, but this player has gone down 3 times in a row here. Yeah. I'm not sure, again, if maybe he's being a bit too slow or he's not playing off his teammates to be quicker. It's Wally here left alone, though, in a 1v3, what I think it is now. Does have the model in his hands, and hey, if fast domination goes out thanks to the frag grenade. Team, though, does coin back in, I think?
Yep,
yeah, his teammates do coin back in, yeah.
Yeah, so the teammates coin back in, and it does look like Ape Squad is just going to be able to take this first cash out. They had a great push in there. And honestly, I don't know what the Scallywags did wrong in that fight. I think that it was that winch claw that seemed to pull somebody out of position that really just made it difficult for them to stay as a team.
Well, for me, again, it's Salvo. He's being so exposed in his position. I mean, yeah, sure, he is being targeted by the other players, but he's being out of position. He's not next to his teammates or being closer. And again, here he's just on 1 HP. He could win this fight. Does so nice. Picks up a consolation kill for himself here as well. Well done to him. So, yeah, but again, before that winch claw happened, it was Salvo that got caught off guard, and he was put down to a 2v2. Then the players, I think it was Gremlin who activated the winch claw in as well to try and bring it back to a 2v2. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too convinced right now on what's happening here. Again, you could obviously point down to individuals, but hey, the first one, anyway, the first point to regard is the first $10,000 is on the team here of Ape Squad.
Yeah, and not the way that I expected it, but we do see the Scallywags have started to move on to Vault 2. They are kind of uncontested again, and I think that we're going to see a repeat where we're just going to see these long-distance fights. I think that they're pretty unimportant, and the amount of times that I've seen long-range fights like this actually go with somebody going down, I think it's maybe happened once in this entire series. So it just seems so pointless to me. But it does seem like Scallywags is going to get in control of Vault 2. They're going to start moving it and trying to avoid Ape Squad at this point. I think that their best option right now is maybe run towards C, because A looks like it's pretty well intercepted if they run that way and they just run into Ape Squad.
Winch Claw going out here as well. Sonso is going to try and get the elimination, but unfortunately no cigar there for him. It's going to be out to a 2v3. The revive also going up with the defibrillator, but it is gone before it even started here. The players here for Ape Squad got basically decimated before it even happened to deal them any damage themselves or get any eliminations themselves. And the Vault here back in the hands of Scallywags.
Yeah, and honestly, that fight, that's what I expected from the Scallywags, because they are, like I said, just such heavy hitters. And most of the fights, when you get in that close, are going to go that way, I think, anyway. But let's see if Ape Squad can pull something out here. They were able to get the last steal, so it doesn't mean that this is over at all. And Scallywags, honestly, are the ones that are playing at a disadvantage. That C4 goes down by Gremlin, and I think that they're going to try and stay up here and wait for the DMAT to either bring this cash out down, and they're honestly in a great spot because they're in a corner right now, and they're just waiting for that jump pad. They set that up so that they can get a nice overhead view and jump on the enemy team as they start to push in.
Yep, exactly. Spoons here as well has the glitch barrel in his hands, utilizing the arena carryables. Going to be asking, obviously, Soncio and Rippy to support him here to get this cash out done. I mean, it's obviously 25% of the way. completed, and a dematerializer going in as well. Players now going aggressive from the high ground here. It is going to be Gremlin who gets the first one. Winchclaw as well into the second, supported by his team, and he will continue to revolve out the damage, but it is only assist for him as his teammates around him get the kills and the wipe. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was Salvo. But yeah, you'd expect, hey, you know, assist counts as kill, you know what I mean? But damn, and now it's Gremlin's fault there as just being very effective, of course, with that Winchclaw.
Well, the Winchclaw and the shotgun as well, because he was tracking the enemy teams and the enemy players just like perfectly. Yeah, and that is the disadvantage of a bounce pad too. Because, I don't know, players like me, I come from Quake. The second I see somebody in the air, it lets me track them just a little bit easier. You can kind of calculate as where they're going to fall, and I think that's exactly what I just saw right there. So, really great plays from Gremlin, probably why he's one of my favorite heavy players in this game, period. Yeah, let's see if they can defend it on this last push. See Sonyaso trying to run in. DMAT goes off. They do fall down, so I think they're going to try and drop this cash out, but they are running low on time. We're down to the last quarter of this cash out, and honestly, this... Scallywags are in such a good position. Here we go, fighting going off. Sonyaso gets the rocket, tries to go for the winch, did not get it. He's trying to now get a kill, anything that he can with that shotgun, but the Scallywags are just pushing them into a corner. It's all down to spoons, and there is the next wipe, and I think that goes towards Scallywags.
Yeah, back down to 1-1. If you're looking at the top left of your screen, $10,000 has been activated per team. It's the first team to $20,000. Each vault and cash box is worth $10,000. So we have one more chance here for these teams to potentially take either victory from each other, and it's Vault 3 which has spawned, interestingly enough, right here towards the Scallywags as well.
Yeah, so they're going to get it, and they're going to be in control. So I don't think that we'll see any long-range fighting over this one. I think that Ape Squad might just try and push in and try and get control of this vault, because if you've seen so far, it does seem like Scallywags gets the vault, gets it put in, and that's basically it. So maybe they need to switch it up by trying to not play defensively and trying to cut off their positioning. What they're trying to do is, you see them set up on the Sky Bridge right now. They're trying to stop the enemy team from pushing into A. They're forcing them to either go towards D or force the confrontation to happen over at A right now. And I don't know, these teams are just playing so conservatively until it just all clashes and explodes.
Well, that's the thing. You could also argue as well. I mean, they're playing like they're playing the old meta in the finals right now, and it's just, you know, obviously I respect it, of course. I mean, Rippy is using the model here as well, don't forget. But here he is going in now. Again, closing the gap once more. Finally here, we can see maybe they have a different story told here. The Rippy is down to low HP and out here, down to a 2v3. That's some nice tracking there from Spoons, but he also gets traded himself. Wallio and Salvo manage to also assist, getting Gremlin back up there as well, and that cash out 3 drives towards D as the team on the other side fall, and the coins again across the floor of Horizon.
Yeah, and something to point out in that last fight, it didn't seem like the Scallywags took more than a quarter health on anybody. Like, that was a whole team, and Ape Squad just wasn't able to get any damage there. And honestly, this is why I think that Scallywags is the strong team. It's just because they can just obliterate. And I've said before, they do like to stay really close together. Right now we see them setting up on top of the roof, waiting for the advance from Ape Squad and trying to just push them off, buy as much time as they can. We see Ape Squad slowly creeping their way up to this. And yeah, I think that Ape Squad has to make a move right now.
Yep. It is now or never. And speaking of that, we will get a chance here to listen into Ape Squad and see what their perspective is as we go down to potentially the final cash out.
Shit.
I'm getting naded, heals.
Naded.
I'm hurt. Go down.
Salvo one! Salvo one!
Winch.
Salvo one!
One shot.
Salvo one!
Can we shoot that?
On me! Last one! Last one, chase that, please! Fib!
I am.
Chase!
Force point.
Force.
And there it is. Looking like we have it going down to the wire here. It's going to be very, very close. The cash out has been stolen and taken back in the charge here. And we're going to leave it down to the wire right now. Just over 75%. And Gremlin and Co have a massive task on their shoulders here. Driving in towards cash out D. The players here on the other side of Ape Squad are prepared for it here. Gremlin going in to see if he can winch call the cash out towards them. And the players now will go for a steal. Can the other players on the other side stop it from Scallywags? And here it is. Gremlin now going up with the SA-12 shotgun. Gets the first one. Rippy falls. The cash out drops down to the bottom floor as well, and it is going to be now or never here. Explosions are falling off. Gremlin on 63 HP, and Wallio only down to 4 bars as well. It is the hope here. Winchclaw going out from Gremlin. Can he get the final kill? And it's still happening just in due time. It is going to go down to the wire. Gremlin, can you stop it in time? Unfortunately, it might just be, but it's not. It's Ape Squad.
What an amazing
What happened,
play.
Rio?
I'm speechless. I really am struggling to come up with words because I think that Ape Squad just was able to get in there and set up their defenses in such a way that it made the Scallywags have to buy time. They really just were great at buying time in this last thing, and wow, that did not go the way that I had expected at all.
Well, the thing is, as well, as you can see, Gremlin winched the cash out towards him, and it was kind of a miscommunication because he was like, well, who is going to be the one to steal it? And I feel like, again, you could obviously argue and say, you know, it's hindsight. The winch was such a good idea, and it kind of caused a bit of a chaotic moment for Scallywag because it kind of panicked in a way.
Yeah.
Again, we had explosions happen. We didn't see the overall perspective as well, but that still at the end would have been massive if that could be pulled off.
Yeah, and I think where Scallywags really messed up is that they didn't go for a team wipe. They went for the steal in the middle of a fight instead of just kind of going for, let's get a wipe, make sure that we have enough time, and then go for it. They didn't end up getting that wipe right at the end, but they were maybe a second too late. And that is, you know, that's the finals for you. It can really come down to, it's not all about kills, it's not all about that. It's just about who can hold the cash out and buy time. It's a game about time and chance, and yeah, just... I know that match didn't go the way that I expected it, but I loved it. I loved that last fight at the end because just so unexpected, so just wild. Yeah.
Yeah. A do or die moment there for you as well. And again, it's going to be do or die here for the Scallywags, of course, as well, because they do manage to take the first map on board for themselves as well. Looking at the replay here, we'll just look at the momentum, and it's what I'm saying. Look at that Salvo being caught off guard here earlier on. He did manage to get back in towards the game, and he actually impressed me, I would say, later on for that as well, as they did manage to keep the momentum up here as well. You can see Wallio obviously playing decently for himself as well with the model. But overall, the teams here, who was the most composed team? Well, I would obviously say it would have to go towards the Victors, especially at the end. Again, I did say, obviously, Scallywags looked a little bit uncomposed before that last cash out, if Gremlin was able to hold that for themselves as well. But you really have to give it to the Victors for this map.
Yeah. I mean, both teams are here for a reason. I said that in the last matchup, and I'm saying it here too, because they are some of the best players. And even then, wild things can happen. And I think that's what's so exciting, is that like upsets like that can happen. And look at the kill count. Here we have the Scallywags with Wally at 12 kills. Wow. He really was a beast in that last one, followed up by Gremlin with 6 and Salvo with 5. So you can really see where the powerhouse was, and from a medium, that's, just really impressive. On the flip side, we have Ape Squad with 8 kills from Spoons, and then Sonyaso and Rippy with 1. So they really didn't go for kills, and you can see that the Scallywags were the more dominant force in the team, or in the match, but Ape Squad was able to pull off the win, being such at a deficit of kills. It's impressive.
Exactly.
Honestly.
But that's what we said earlier, though. Remember when I told you that narrative and I said that kills don't really matter in the finals? Sure, if you want to give me that and say, yeah, Wolfix, you know, how about this situation here where this team won in the cash out mode, where they won by kills because you get $500 per elimination. Obviously not in this one, it's just a 3v3 situation. Kills don't matter in this. And as you can see, Ape Squad, sure, Spoon's putting in an excellent performance there as well, but it was the team composition and playing together, but most importantly, playing around the objective, and that is obviously what helped Ape Squad there be able to take the victory and especially secure, again, a little bit of a bump close case situation against Gremlin's attempted steal at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, from what we just saw, I am certain that we're going to see 3 maps today. I think that the Scallywags have such a force behind them. And then I think that, honestly, at the same time, Ape Squad is able to kind of counter that force. Like, they are probably the 2 teams that needed to go up against each other because truly the better team will end up prevailing at the end. And I just, love to see it. I can't wait. Do you remember what the next map is? I'm kind of drawing a blank. Fortune Stadium?
I think it was Fortune Stadium, yes.
Yeah.
For the next map, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. There is the thank you production. So Ape Squad picked this one, and that's even actually more beneficial for Ape Squad. The fact that they picked this map, we might, I might eat my words, and we might not see 3 maps. This might be a 2-0 going towards Ape Squad, but hey, we're going to find out here just a second as we are loading into Fortune Stadium.
That is right, and just again, I wanted to come back to something I said about Wally is I did give him a bit of an interview, and just quickly he said, "We are having fun trying to frag out, and that's exactly what happened. We're not disappointed with our day 2 at all. We were feeling confident with our 3v3 skills, and we've been scrimming a lot and working on our chemistry." Okay, and that's coming from Wally right there. So we'll have to see if that chemistry does improve throughout this match. Again, the Scallywags, you guys are just tuning in, are down 1 map right here, falling to Ape Squad, as you can see. And speaking of them, they're actually up against the high ground here as well, and they will be looking to try and take the advantage of that one.
Yeah, this is all fighting over the first vault. They are close to each other, so there is a, kind of shooting and everything going on, but it does look like the Scallywags are going to be in control of this. No, I can't. No, it looks more like Ape Squad is closer to the vault, but I don't really know what's happening right now because both teams are just kind of looking for each other. I don't know.
This is essentially a high ground game right now. And yeah, obviously you could say, sure, the teams are looking for each other. But what the good advantage right here is that we do have the higher ground of the team Scallywags right here. So if, for example, Ape Squad do want to make a play, they get a little bit impatient. Again, you could say it's kind of the patience game right now. I mean, look, they all look paranoid right now. These players are looking around to see, well, what is the other team doing? But they haven't realized how much of a high ground Scallywags have taken here against them. I mean, look at this. Even Spoons is rotating all the way over towards the other side. But they're about to get seen where these players are over there.
Yeah, and very slow, very conservative plays because I think that both teams realize what's on stake here. It was like fighting is getting started with Rippy already down. I'm not sure what happened, make that much damage happen on him right away. But Soniso trying to run away. They need to buy 15 seconds basically, or try and get the res. I'm not sure which way they're going to go for, but at this point, it does look like Scallywags have grabbed the vault and they're making a move for it. I think they're going to head towards A. It's probably the better chance, but we see the corridor fighting going off, and one of the teammates has hopped up to get the height advantage. Oh, it does look like they're going to go to B instead of A. Probably the smarter move, honestly.
Yeah, a bit of a cash yoink there as well. They managed to grab it and get the hell out of dodge. Again, it was also supported as well by Rippy going down. And that's the problem when you try and retake high ground in the finals. I don't know why teams do this, but they try and go for like this jump pad retake. And sometimes it does work out really well, but in a lot of the cases, you're going against a team that's set up and they're already ready. They're prepared for you. And you might even have an APS, for example, ready to counter some things going in. But hey, we're about to get our first fight here of the game properly this time. And it looks like Spoons will take the charge.
Yeah, it does look like the orange team is just trying to buy themselves a little bit of space. Here goes fighting on the... Oh my god, and they pulled Gremlin out of and then dematted the wall, so his teammate was just stuck there. What an amazing play. Doesn't look like they're able to get him back, but the Scallywags are going down, and there is a wipe. Oh wow, that actually went the way that I did not expect it. Ape Squad ended up getting wiped there. What a just explosion of chaos that happened in that last minute.
Yeah, the defenders managed to keep that pace going for themselves as well. Again, no problem there for them. Gremlin here looking to probably edge on his team to really keep the momentum going, get back into this game and cause a reverse sweep here as well. Again, if you are just tuning in, they are going to be under a little bit of pressure here. They are down the Scallywags 1 map, and they are looking to get back into this one.
Yeah, and we see their defensive setup, and what I love about the Scallywags so far is they don't play on point. They definitely play a good distance away. This lets them buy time where they can either be faked out by the steal or something like this. They're able to be really aware of it and then storm in. So the other team feels safe, but they're actually not. And we do see the Scallywags coming in, and my god, the damage that's going off. Salvo is getting great shots off on that, and it does look like they're down to their last player, and Rippy goes down. Spoons followed shortly behind, and Salvo with the heals. And it does look like the Scallywags are going to take this first cash out.
Yep, pretty nicely executed there for them as well. Again, you would actually say no bother, no worries. You wouldn't even say that they got 2-0'd on the last map there as well. Pretty damn confident and routine for them, looking like this could be obviously a sign for the times to come as well. They might get their confidence back up into this one. Mega Damage has also been activated here as well, as we head to later stages here for Vault 2 activated.
Yeah, and Mega Damage actually doesn't do extra damage to the players. It just does damage to the surrounding environment. So we're going to see a very crumbly stadium for the next minute and a half, basically. And it does make it where it's a little more chaotic and a little more fun.
Especially on Skyway.
Yes, especially. Or you mean, yes, Fortune Stadium.
Oh, sorry, Fortune Stadium, my bad, yeah.
Yeah, Fortune Stadium is a little more crumbly than the other
Stadium.
maps. Yeah, I don't know why, but I personally love it. I love watching it just crumble around me. But it does look like the Scallywags are in control of Vault 2. They were able to get in there, and it does look like they're trying to get the height advantage again. Both teams are incredibly close to each other. Soniso, with that RPG, he decided not to take the shot. He's moving more towards the DMAT goes off, and they're getting some great shots off on the Scallywags from the roof above.
Yeah, and I like this patience here as well. As you can see, they are playing a little bit further back here, Ape Squad. They're not going in, not driving in, not being rash in their decision-making. And again, they are keeping the high ground, which is super important. One of my analogies of the finals is I think the high ground is really important. But look at this Gremlin creeping up the stairs here. They're about to get met up into a 3v3 and playing a little bit of a patience game, but dropping down with the dematerializer. That is massive. And Son Soyo here might be able to get elimination for himself as he goes in with the RPG. Gremlin goes down, and that's an elbow to the face, taking out Wolio. And a quick sweep there. The players go down on the Scallywags.
They just swarmed on them. That was really impressive, and honestly what Ape Squad needs to continue to do, because they played so cohesively there. They really had a plan, they executed on it, and I think that the Scallywags were kind of caught off guard. They didn't think that they were going to get jumped, basically. But we do see the next cash out is getting started, and this time it is in control of Ape Squad. So Ape Squad needs to get this and one more cash out, and then that's it. I'm curious to see if they can make it, but they are getting set up right now on the roof and just waiting for that advancement from the Scallywags.
Exactly. There's no way it all goes down to this cash out right here, right now. The Scallywags have a massive mountain to climb right here, but first of all, they have to make their way over to the other side. And then there's going to be the peak of frustrations here for these players. They drive in here straight away with these jump pad, and it's the first elimination for Salvo. Make that a second, and it's a wipe out of the fights here to take the Ape Squad down, and gone before they even had a chance to really do much damage to the other side. It was only Wolio who was down to low HP. But what you really like about that is, again, you could say it was against them. The APS was down on the floor below them, and it did manage to stop a lot of the utility going in, but it was the weapons that dealt the damage, specifically the model as well going in. And that's a great play.
Yeah, and I said it before we got into these matches that both teams have heavy hitters, and my God, are we seeing that? They are just, they're really... this jump. They seem to like get on top of them and then just swarm. And it's really good cohesive gameplay. You can tell that the teams are communicating well between each other. And I love to see this type of gameplay in such a high level performance of the finals. So it looks like we're getting into the last push. Can the Scallywags hold it for about 15-20 more seconds? Because that's all they have to do. And they end up taking this map. We do see the Ape Squad is above them, so they do have the height advantage right now. One of them gets winched in, they get drawn down. But as all this fighting's happening, they're not near the cash out, and the cash out is just ticking down. It is fighting in the favor. It's fighting in the favor of the Scallywags just because they're buying time.
Yeah, this is really not good. It's now or never. They even bounce it up as well. I understand why they would chase the players down here, but they've got a distraction from the main objective here. It's Rippy now going in with the model. Seconds ticking down, but it looks like it might just be over here just from the smart distraction of the rest of these players, and the round is over. Ape Squad managed to take this one for themselves. Nice, clean, calm, and collected. And hey, you got to say. Oh, no, sorry, it was Scallywags. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, the Scallywags.
Bring it back down to a 1-1. My bad.
Yeah, we are now at tied, so it is all going to come down to this next map, and and this will be Vegas will be the next one. So, oh boy, I think that the Scallywags in that last one really showed their dominance. I think that one thing that I mentioned earlier is that they tend to not play on point. They tend to play and let the enemy team fall in and maybe get a small tap on the cash out and feel like they are protected, but it's not what happens. The second that they start to steal it, they just get swarmed, and honestly, it's a really good gameplay from Scallywags to be set up and prepare for something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they were top of Group D, so when they did go through towards the playoff stage, yeah, sure, that was obviously in their favor as well. I would say that just personally, it's very nice to see the fact that we get towards this third map as well, especially because the fact that a lot of people have their eyes on Scallywags overall. I mean, I was told that they were one of the more dominant teams for this series as well. So we've had a lot of upsets today throughout the series as well. Again, that's what single elimination does to players, is that it does cause a lot of these upsets. We see it across tons of plethoras of games, including esports as well. You know, and being in the situation right now, though, let's focus on the players right now. You're currently Scallywags. You've managed to get the first one back in the board. Do you think they're feeling a little bit more confident now in their ability to get that third map?
Absolutely. I think that they have built themselves back up, and it was a 2-0, wasn't it, in this last one? So it didn't even go to the third cash out. So Scallywags just took it and dominated in that last match. So I think that they definitely feel confident going into this next one, and they can have a performance like they just did. But oh my God, look at that play! That was probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen so far in this game. They pulled him through. DMAT closed it behind him, and he was just trapped.
Yeah. Exactly, and again, it just shows that sure, sometimes in the game you might have your beliefs of which gadgets should or shouldn't be used, but some gadgets are just really fun to watch do their work as well. Even right here as well, charging in with the APS, the stam, and obviously in towards the model as well. Great play there from Salvo. Again, I criticized Salvo. I said Salvo had a massive problem going into map 1, and it was the fact that he kept getting caught off guard, but he has managed to get his way back into this game and back into this series by performing very well himself. Specifically the fact that he shows up when the time is needed. And look at this, Rio, we have the scoreboards right here.
Yeah, honestly, a lot lower kills than the last map. We see that Wally is the leader with 6 kills and 4 assists, and followed up by Salvo with 4 kills, and then Gremlin with just 1. Gremlin had such a great performance in the last map that 1 is pretty shocking. He does have 6 assists, which means that he was always there for his team, but on the opposite side of that, we see Ape Squad with 3 kills, and with Spoons with 3 kills, and Sonusa with 2, and Rippy as well with 2. So this was a very low kill map, and you could see this. There was a little bit more like conservative gameplay, and then it all came to a head, and they all just kind of clashed. So no surprises here, except for just kind of the lower kill counts for both teams.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, we have to now onward think, right? Because the winner of Scallywags versus Ape Squad will go against 223. And on the contrary to that, we've seen how good 223 has been in terms of getting eliminations and steamrolling the players in terms of team v team type of combat. So again, it's like, well, yeah, sure, you go through into this game, but you're up against a team that is very solid. Again, that's onward looking towards the future that we'll obviously discuss later on. But Scallywags here have managed to obviously do very, very well, getting it back on the board for them as well. And hey, third map is going to be all eyes on these players. And I'm also assuming as well that 223 are paying close attention to these players and who they'll be going up.
Yeah, I can't believe that it all comes down to Vegas. Who do you think is going to end up taking this? Because I feel like we're really balanced right now. What do you think?
I think the problem is that both teams have had stand-ins. So if we go back towards the groups, specifically on day 2, Scallywags obviously had the stand-in of STN2K, and then Ape Squad also had Leo standing in as well. Yep. And, so both teams in that sense are pretty balanced in terms of players having time put in. You could say, well, what about the practice they've done off screen? That's more valuable as well. But at the end of the day, these matches, Rio, are very, very important, because what it means is it's real practice that you get with pressure. You can't make mistakes here, because if you do, then you're out, especially in Breakout now as we go down to the playoff series. It is a problem. But the problem now for both players is keeping that nerves and keeping that momentum. Personally, I think, if I had to guess, I think Scallywags has a bit more of that composure. Again, I was speaking to Wally, but we're here on Vegas, and I think you might be on the same page as me.
Yeah, I think I am. But it all comes down to this, and honestly, weirder things have happened even today. So let's see what happens in this map 3 on nighttime in Vegas. Doesn't look like there's any variation to it other than nighttime. So we are going to see the Scallywags start to push towards Vault 1. Ape Squad is a little bit ways away, so it does seem like Scallywags is going to have control over this again. I think that they are kind of waiting just to see if anybody advances. Really kind of what happens next is anybody's game.
Yeah, exactly. And we have to obviously remember as well, Gremlin is a star player here. I mean, people could say he's technically the MVP of the whole tournament, right? So if anyone needs to step up here, if people want to, be confident in the next one, these individual players have to step up. So actually, I'm going to be more criticizing here of Gremlin. He really needs to show people why he is this player that has been rated so highly. And especially, it has to happen now. It's just down to no one ever. It's 1-to-1 for the map choice. We're in towards map 3 as well. And again, I'm not too sure who is the IGL specifically for Scallywags, but it would be interesting to kind of know, because Gremlin could either call himself to make these plays and set himself up, or he could also get his team to go in so that he can finish the damage as well. So
yeah, I did think it was Gremlin as the IGL, but I could be wrong. But he is definitely a staying force in this whole tournament. He is just a very powerful player. And honestly, they did win the last map, but I didn't see that much from him. He had 1 kill overall, and it just not what I expect. So yeah, we are going to have to see him step up, even though they did win the last map. It does look like the Vault is making its way over towards A. We see that the Scallywags are on top of the Megadome, just waiting to see what happens next. As soon as it gets entered, we will see them start to push in. But it does seem like Ape Squad has control of the Vault, so maybe they'll have the advantage going into this next fight.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we play the high ground game right here as well. Obviously, Ape Squad does obviously have the positioning, but they are not on the high ground themselves. From the other side, if you switch it over, we'll be able to see, obviously, the Wallio, the one and only Wallio, with Gremlin as well as on the high ground. I think Salvo is just bouncing on the jump pad as well, having a good time. And I think, yeah, now they spotted them here. So look at this. Low ground versus high ground. That's a problem.
Yeah, they threw the APS down immediately, and they were just watching those grenades get in there. It did look like the Ape Squad had a great movement and were able to demat down. They are taking their time to get this cash out started. I think that one of the teams is waiting for a wipe to happen, basically, before they put it in, just so that they can buy themselves those extra few seconds as the team wipes, and they get the respawn and force them to push back in. So this is much slower gameplay than we've seen so far. I think it's because both teams just know what's at stake. This is it.
Yeah, it feels like I'm watching a terminal attack match right now. Yeah, no, exactly. The thing is, you gotta be patient in these situations, especially because the stakes are so high. I mean, one mistake here can get these players out of this whole entire tournament. So again, I really like the fact that the Scallywags are respecting the fact that they need to keep the high ground here. And I think what's happening is Apes trying to figure out how they can retake it back, how they can reposition themselves here to make it level. And the biggest mistake right now that would happen is Scallywags to fall down, be a victim to some of the mind games that might be played here from Ape Squad. And look how close that vault is towards Cash Out A as well.
Yeah,
itching to be in there.
I mean, we're already almost 5 minutes into this match, and no cash outs got started. It just now got started. This is wild. This is the most conservative gameplay, but as we've shown before, these teams tend to just kind of keep their distance and then clash. There's a big explosion, and honestly, it turns into some of the most quick gameplay you'll see, and just utter chaos. So we do see the setup going in. The Scallywags still have the height advantage here, but it does look like they might be being chased a little bit by Ape Squad. Ape Squad might be trying to go for a little bit of an offensive play here, but I'm not sure. They are coming up right behind them. Gremlin bringing down that APS, and I don't think that they understood what was about to happen. I think that the Ape Squad just kind of got caught off guard.
They did not understand the assignment, and Gremlin now is also going to have to try and see if he can take the steal back up on this one as well. Does fake it out for the teams, and again, high ground advantage has been put back in the favor of Ape Squad here. And again, I told you to pay attention to that, and they're going to try and retake it here. It's a battle for high ground right now. Gremlin does have, obviously, no abilities for winches. He is on the mesh shield instead, so he has to go closer and play towards these players here. He's going to rip through the players with the SA-12 shotgun. Soncio goes down, and again, the reload happening there as well. Into the elbow to the face. Rippy falls, and that is a team wipe.
Yeah, there's Gremlin stepping up. Those are some great kills. He was chasing them down. He was being healed by his teammate as he was doing that. And honestly, that's what you love to see, because that SA-12 is just such a force. But it does have that weird little delay where after you get, I think, 3-4 shots in, you have to turn the barrel. So there's a little bit of like hesitation. So you have to plan around that. It is definitely the biggest flaw of the weapon, but some of these high-level players like Gremlin just know how to work with that. And honestly, with the amount of time that's left on this cash out, it does seem like the Scallywags were able to get the steal and probably able to hold it. Yeah.
Hold up. Spoons, Soncio, and Rippy here could do some magic right now. They're going to drop down, and that APS will have to eat the C4 here. The Dome Shield has also been activated, but it looks like it's going to be the problems here of Ape Squad as Gremlin on the Scallywags team manages to take out Soncio to finish it off for the rest of them, and that is a very convincing cash out here. The first $10,000 in the hands here of the Scallywags, and only one more is needed for them to qualify through and be playing against the might of 2-2-3.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, that was such a hard one to push into because you have such a height advantage, and then it was just out in the middle of kind of like a ballroom. So there wasn't many places to hide. There wasn't many places to kind of get set up. You had to push into a very open area. And now we see the Scallywags hopping back up onto the Megadome and just trying to keep that height advantage. You are right that this is very much, especially this map, a height advantage type of game.
Well, that's the thing. I don't understand why no one's spoken about before, because this is something I've seen since the early days of the finals. And for me, personally, a fight is 20% high ground, 5% high ground.
Yep.
I don't care about what gadgets you have, what utilities you have. If you're against another team that is above you, you will win the fight 20% more likely than the other team. And I don't know if it's like something that is an unspoken rule for like the top players or the pros, because again, when I ask about, what should I do to improve, no one brings up to me, oh, well, high ground's pretty good for an advantage. And that's for like as well for viewers at home, if you guys are also wanting to participate in the future for future matches and stuff like that, make your plays based around high ground initially first as a starting point. And right now we can see Kremlin and Co is sneaking here, crouch sneaking on the low ground.
Yeah, we see them just trying to stay together as a team and try and maybe get the jump on Ape Squad if they can. Nobody's put the vault in, and it is very much exposed, but these teams are waiting for a fight where they come together, and then the decider of that fight will get control of the vault. The fight is starting to happen right now on top of the roof. You see Spoons with a nice bounce pad, but he did go down in that fight, and we see that Wally's trying to get the res, but in the process goes down to 3 HP. He goes down as well. So it does seem like Gremlin and the Scallywags were able to get the dominating force on that fight, and again, they will get control of the vault, and I think that they're going to bring it over towards B.
Yeah, and unfortunately leaving Wallio there as on the statue on his own. It's only Gremlin and Salvo there bringing the vault over. That's fine. Wallio will just coin back in 3 seconds time. But yeah, again, convincing fights here that we're seeing. It's pretty nice. You can kind of tell that I'd say Scallywags have gotten their confidence back between them as well, having a real nice synergy between them too. And again, the goal for Ape Squad here is to really kind of think, well, how do we counter these players? And again, this is what I like from Salvo here. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like they're going to take, well, what is it again? It's high ground. Something that we've again kind of been repeating throughout today, but it's something that I think is super important for the finals. And they're now in a position where Ape Squad will have to come up with some real nice magic here, and I think they might recognize that is exactly what the other team are doing.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to make something happen, or this is the end of Ape Squad. We're getting down to this last cash out, and wow, Glue Spiral goes off. It didn't look like it hit anybody. Spoons is trying to get some damage off. Rippy goes down to just a quarter health. Spoon goes down to half health. Soniso, it does not look good. Spoons is the last man, and we're alive, and he's just trying to demat and trying to hide if he can. Wait for his teams to coin in, but he still has a 15-second wait, and in that time, he's just going to let that cash out just count down. In 15 more seconds, then he has to regroup as a team and make a push. Boy, it is not looking good for Ape Squad at this point.
Are you worried? Is there anything they can do to get back into this?
I think that they have to really get a team wipe on the Scallywags. That's the only option. They have to do it really fast as well. So it's going to come down to a really explosive fight, I think, in the end. And whoever takes this next fight, whoever gets wiped is going to end up taking it.
Yep, all or nothing has come down here to the wire, and we are going to get a listen in to the Scallywags as well during the due time, and we'll see what their communication is going to be.
Drop, hit an aid, hit an aid.
Right, just keep kiting, keep kiting. Wally, DMAT pad through here when they get on point.
Keep moving. Oh, shit.
They're on point.
Yeah, Spoons is one.
Right,
This guy's so alone. Drop it.
Point.
My point. Soil's one.
Dead.
Last.
Good shit.
G fucking G's, bro. Good shit. That was a crazy.
There it is. Nice teamwork there for all these players as well. Gremlin, Salvo, and Wallio. Synergy, as you can say. The emotes there at the end as well from Gremlin. And a very happy Scallywags there as they manage to take the loot themselves and bring them back out. And again, you can see that the basis of that play was, again, as you saw, you hear them shouting, saying, kite them. That's, again, when you bring the players towards you to focus on one area of play whilst another area of play is happening. And again, you want to take them off of the cash out. You don't want them to all pile up on that cash out. So if you can kite them and basically try and trick them to stop going for the steal, that is also going to be super effective as well. But there it is. Again, very, very interesting play. And Scallywags do very well.
Yeah, they did it. They pulled it off, and honestly, in a 2-0 as well. Like, it just didn't leave Ape Squad really any breathing room. And it is sad to see, because I truly appreciate all of Ape Squad. I think that they're wonderful players. I think that they gave us a great performance today. But unfortunately, you just get Gremlin, Wally, and Salvo up against anybody, and it is hard. They are a dominating force in this entire game. I've made the mistake of running up against Gremlin before in a quick match, and yeah, it didn't go well. So I know some of these players, and honestly, they are the top for a reason. So good job, Ape Squad. Y'all tried your hardest, but Apes lost to Scallywags because you were able to overcome everything that Ape Squad threw at you.
Yeah, exactly. And I would agree. It's basically just echoing the same thing as you were saying. You know, we had obviously some little bit of nerves at the start, I would say. I mean, you could, maybe it's not nerves, right? But I mean, for myself, there was a couple of misplays that was happening on Horizon for Scallywags for themselves, but they managed to pick it up on Fortune Stadium, managed to keep that steamroll going for as well on towards Vegas 2. And hey, it looks like we're going to have our confirmed match there of Scallywags versus 2-2-3 in the semifinals.
Yeah, wow. And that is to remind everybody that we have even more games coming up tomorrow. This was just the quarterfinals, and they were advancing into the semifinals and then the finals tomorrow. So we have our teams, we have our roster, and honestly, everybody that made it in has fought so hard just to make it this far.
Yeah, exactly. And an incredible day filled with ups and downs as well. As you can see during this replay for the final match here, it was Scallywags who managed to get their way on top and beat Ape Squad here. A lot of confidence playing together as a team. And again, there's going to be a lot of questions asked tomorrow on how they can do so against 2-2-1 here. But I mean, you really have to just give it up for Gremlin, Salvo, as well as Wallio for holding their composure, I would say.
Yeah, and you mentioned that in their interview that they were working on communication, and I think that's such a critical thing, and I think it definitely helped them in this tournament, because I think, you mentioned that they've had swap-ins, Gremlin has been on several different teams, and just the fact that they noticed that was their kind of one of their downfalls, and that they were able to kind of work around it and work on communication, I think is really, really high tier. But
yeah, the key, I was gonna say the key that Wally kind of told me is that he'd been scrimming a lot and working on chemistry, and I think that's actually super important, because you've had teams in the past, not just specifically the finals, but in esports, where they've actually not focused on doing strategies. Only synergy themselves has managed to carry them through. And that's the thing, if you can sync up with your teammates and you there's this thing that you call when you know what someone's going to do, when you have another side of a girlfriend, right, and you can finish her sentences while she does, yes, it's that kind of relationship, but in the finals translated, right? But look at this though, the Scallywags on the scoreboard. Gremlin here, 6 eliminations, Salvo 4 eliminations, Wallio 4 eliminations too. And I mean, again, you translate it over to Ape Squad, they really struggled to get their eliminations on Scallywags.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I think it looks like they had a total of 2 kills in that entire match, and that just, boy, what changed? What did they just get, overwhelmed in the last match and they just lost all of their confidence? I thought that they would be a very different fight, but at the same time, I do want to point out that a lot of these fights were really conservative. They played them very slowly, they played them methodically, and it wasn't very much kind of an all-out brawl that we've seen in the last 2 maps. So this kill count is a little bit surprising, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And it just echoes the fact that if another team is playing different and another team is focusing on a different strategy to kind of catch you off guard, then, do you stick to what you know, or do you try and play by what they're doing to counter their ideas? And again, that's going to be a massive task that Scallywags is going to go up to tomorrow. Again, as you can see here on the playoffs, they're against 2-2-3, and we saw, obviously, Telco's team on 2-2-3 did lose a map against Grief Party, and it was very shocking and surprising. It had us kind of thinking, oh, is this going to be another upset? But look at that, the lower bracket there as well. Well, not the lower bracket, but the bottom side of it for the semi-finals. It's going to be Burt's versus Frog Free. That is right. Your eyes do not deceive you. Holtol's finest did get knocked out by Frog Free, who actually had some great strategies in that game. Actually, I recommend watching that game back if you guys are interested in competitive finals, because Frog Free really came up with a great solution. And yeah, this is going to set up for an incredible latter stage here at Breakout Esports Worlds 2024.
Yeah, I love that we have down to just 4 teams. This has come so far. Every team that has fought has earned their space in this tournament. And honestly, guys, the games tomorrow are going to be even more exciting than what we saw today. These are the heavy hitters. These are the top tier teams. If you want to learn how to play the game better, come tune in, see what they're going to do. And yeah, I think that you will not be disappointed tomorrow when we get through the next matches.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly the same because I mean, I'm interested to see. My main goal is that will Frog Free keep up this momentum, because maybe even themselves, and I actually might ask them for tomorrow, did they even expect to be in this position right now? Because, sometimes you have very humble teams, for example, that kind of respect the fact that their opposition are good, and they understand that they are the underdog. But at the same time, now that they are in this position, will that be enough to carry them to take on Burt's, who had a very convincing 2-0 win against Quattro Squad today as well, in the games casted by Elvin and Jerry? So, these are going to be some really interesting, thoughts that we're going to have to try and solve tomorrow, see what happens. But again, it's setting up a beautiful stage on the cathedral of the finals.
Yeah, no, and that's a great way to place it. And like I've been saying, come check us out tomorrow, guys. And yeah, you will not be disappointed. But thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Rio. This is Thixie. And thank you guys for tuning in. We will catch you tomorrow.
Honey.
Frank Bailey. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, Frank Bailey. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories on repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the dirty. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know love, shoot my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, a sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, yeah, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, gave it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play up, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, straight in my lane when they got it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget that peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the
I hear them chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear them chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the boys, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch me, please use caution.
I'm trying to go harder than I ever win.